among the teenagers and youth is in India. Largest suicide rate. The only solution for India is Meera and Andal, Manikavasagar and Dhirnyana Sambandar. Otherwise, in next 10 years, just by suicide, we are going to lose the cream of our youth. Understand? I am Meera and Andal, Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharshi, Sundarar and Sambandar, Appar and Manikyavasagar, Jnaneshwar and Ramdev. If we don't take up all these ideals and revive the lifestyle based on sacred sentiment, we are going to lose our intelligent, educated, productive, modern day youth. Just this one problem of teenage suicide or the suicide among youth, because all the good things of the tight-knit community is coming down. The sacred sentiment is one of the important good thing of the tight-knit community. Important lubrication needed to be added for the tight-knit community, the close-knit community to function in a loving and caring way, for all the good things to be kept alive. I am warning the Desi kids. You have only two options, Meera or suicide. Either sacred sentiment or suffer with scared sentiments. I am telling you, taking sannyas life should become a career like IT. Only then the Indian youth are going to be saved. It's a career, understand? Not just some dropouts, run away and become some Swami. No. We need equivalent number of people who live and radiate sacred sentiments to the number of IT engineers. Otherwise, the future India is going to face the worst disaster, can be the right word. Either you all wake up and save yourself and your country and your civilization, or just perish. Nothing else. There is no other solution. So, understand, the sacred, we outsource this job of spreading sacred sentiments to the Western countries and to the whole world. Let them outsource call centers to India. We will outsource healing towers to the Western countries. It is time. We have more number of healing towers than call centers, and more number of youth radiating sacred sentiments than IT engineers. We need more people who know the I technology than information technology. The sacred sentiments make life livable in planet Earth, internally and externally. Understand? Human beings can work in the inner world and the outer world. Animals can work only in the outer world. They don't have inner world. Plants, trees, they neither have outer world nor have inner world, only life. If you understand this, trees, no outer world, no inner world, only life. Animals, only outer world, no inner world. Human beings have life, outer world and inner world. Means the sacred sentiments can be cherished, experienced, shared only by human beings. It's a unique thing, unique quality of human beings. So awaken the ability to cherish and share the sacred sentiments. At least I'll express one sentiment today from Meera. She sings about her unbreakable love. Unbreakable, O Lord, is the love that binds me to you like a diamond. It breaks the hammer that strikes it. My heart goes into you as the polish goes into the gold, as the lotus lives in its water. As the lotus lives in its water, I live in you like the bird. Like the bird that gazes all night at the passing moon. I have lost myself dwelling in you. Of course, just like the people who can't understand science, it looks new to them. When Einstein was alive, it seems only a handful of people understood his theory of relativity. Even though he was giving lecture every day in so many places for hundreds of people, even his driver memorized his whole lecture. There is a story. Once Einstein was too tired. He told his driver, you know now the whole story. Why don't you go and finish the lecture? And people know, but the crowd, the stage where he was supposed to address, it was a new place, so nobody knows Einstein. They only know the name. So the driver took the dress of Einstein and went and gave the discourse, the lecture. Suddenly the problem started when people started asking questions. Then this driver said, these are too small questions. Even my driver can answer. I don't need to answer. So the Einstein came and answered all the questions. Even though so many people heard, nobody understood. Same way I tell you, if you don't understand this sacred sentiment, if you are not able to catch it, don't think it is just some foolishness or fantasy of Meera. It is equally scientific, I can say little more scientific than Einstein. Little more scientific than Newton. Newton's is a theory of gravitation. Meera's is theory of levitation. Which one you would love? When it makes straight line in your brain, it is gravitation pulling you down, heavy. When it makes vertical line in your heart, it is theory of levitation. It just levitates you. All sacred sentiments makes straight line, vertical line in your heart, you just levitate. All science makes horizontal line in your brain. Anything, if it is horizontal, it will naturally sink, heavy. If it is straight, it will float, come up, levitate. So, just because you are not able to catch it, don't think it is fantasy or illusion. It is equally real, little more real than Einstein and Newton and Carl Sagan and Stephen Hawking. Unbreakable, O Lord, is the love that binds me to you like a diamond. It breaks the hammer that strikes it. My heart goes into you as polish goes into gold. As the lotus lives in its water, I live in you like the bird. I live in you like the bird that gazes all night at the passing moon. I have lost myself dwelling in you. If you are lost at least 10 minutes gazing at the master, you know what Mira says. The bird that gazes all night at the passing moon. I have lost myself dwelling in you. Only if you know what is E, what is M, what is C, you will understand E equal to mc square. Same way, only if you have gazed at least 10 minutes and lost yourself in Guru or Master, Guru or God, you will understand what Mira says. Like the bird that gazes all night at the passing moon, I have lost myself dwelling in you. I have another one beautiful sacred sentiment. Maybe this can be the key for all you guys to meditate today. Yashyananam makara kuntala charukarana barajat kapola subhagam savila sahasam nityotsavam na tatrupur Drishibi pipantyo naryo narascha mudita used to relish the beauty of Krishna as a ceremony of perpetual enjoyment, nityotsavam. They enjoyed the beautiful face of Krishna, his beautiful ears with earrings, his broad forehead and his smile. And when enjoying the sight of Krishna's beauty, they used to criticize the creator Brahma for causing their vision of Krishna to be momentarily impeded by the blinking of their eyelids. Eyelids which blinks once in a while. Meditate on the sacred sentiment and let Brahma have little more curses and criticism. Let you all experience this sacred sentiment, enjoy, live and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Today's subject is Bhakti, the eternal key for wisdom. I can say wisdom, the eternal key for Bhakti. Because the goal is Bhakti, not wisdom. Wisdom is for Bhakti. I'll give you some of the sacred sentiments from these great devotees like Kabir, and define the experience of bhakti. Very beautifully, bhakti is described by Kabir. The bhakti winds in a delicate way. On this path, there is no asking and no not asking. The ego simply disappears. The moment you touch him, the joy of looking for him is so immense that you just dive in and coast around like a fish in water. If anyone needs a head, the lover leaps up to offer his. Yesterday, one of our Maharishi was asking, what's the difference between the non-suffering and Vyakulata, yearning? Kabir gives answer for this, that question. See, yesterday I was describing, base of bhakti is non-suffering. She was asking, how can we differentiate the non-suffering and Vyakulata, yearning? Please understand, in yearning, Vyakulata, you will never have hatred towards the master or God. In suffering, you will have demands, and when the demands are not met, you will have a deep hatred, pain. You can't forgive him. Not only that, even if he meets your demands, you will feel, oh, I am bound by him. I have to be independent of him. You will have a hatred to him. I have seen people, if I don't meet their need, they have hatred for me. If I say it's okay, all right, I will do what you want, even then, no, I am dependent on you. I don't want you to do that. Again, they have the hatred. Understand the difference between the non-suffering and Vyakulata. With Vyakulata, you will always melt you. With suffering, you will try to melt the other person, try to change the other person. So non-suffering is different, Vyakulata is different. Please understand. In Vyakulata, there will never be any hatred. Yearning, there will never be any hatred. But in suffering, you will start hating the other person, the pain. For you will start abusing, blaming the other person. So understanding of the non-suffering and Vyakulata is very important. Here, Kabir very clearly says, there is no asking and no not asking. No asking, no not asking. In Vyakulata, you neither ask, and it is not that you never ask. With suffering, you ask, and even if he fulfills, you are not fulfilled. And I have seen the arrogant people, they don't even want to receive when I give. No, it is not necessary. Because I begged, you are giving. I don't want to take that. Fools. With suffering, suffering is always based on arrogance. And Vyakulata is based on humbleness. Here the Kabir is describing Vyakulata. No asking and no not asking means you don't ask, and it is not it does not mean you don't accept when it is showered on you. It is such a deep humbleness and passiveness, a deep patience. See, with Vyakulata, you don't feel he is human, equal to you. But with suffering, you start feeling he is equal to you. That is why always I tell people, If you are suffering, you don't have love for me. You bring me to your level. You try to bring me to your level. Your arrogance, you try to think you are equivalent to me and you bring me to your level. With Vyakulata, you always know He is ultimate and you just only try to disappear into me. Try to dissolve into the Master or God. The Bhakti path winds in a delicate way. On this path, there is no asking and no not asking. Kabir's answer for difference between non-suffering, Kabir is making you understand more clearly on non-suffering and Vyakulata. The ego simply disappears the moment you touch him. The joy of looking for him is so immense that you just dive in and coast around like a fish in water. If anyone needs a head, the lover leaps up to offer his. Please understand, Kabir is not saying if God needs a head or if Guru needs a head, lover leaps up to offer his. No. He says anyone needs a head. Because when you are in love with the Master, when you are in love with the God, when you are in love, not just for him, you are ready to sacrifice for anyone. You feel everything is worthy of sacrifice. The extreme love, the extreme sacred sentiment. Maybe with sacred sentiments, more than hearing too much, you can just hear one sentiment and contemplate on it. Work on it. Meditate on it so that you can imbibe it. So I don't want to give you too many sacred sentiments today. Just with this one sentiment. The bhakti path winds in a delicate way. On this path there is no asking and no not asking. The ego simply disappears the moment you touch him. The joy of looking for him is so immense that you just dive in and coast around like a fish in water. If anyone needs a head, the lover leaps up to offer his. Understand, here Kabir is not saying if God needs a head, if Guru needs a head, the lover leaps up to offer his. No, he says anyone needs a head. So the key word for you to meditate on today is anyone needs a head, not God needs a head or Guru needs a head. If God needs or Guru needs, you know, if you give, you will get it immediately. You will get hundreds of head. You know, He is going to take care of you because you have heard enough story. When God needs something, if somebody gives, immediately He blesses and He gets that back. It's like I have heard a story when Shiva goes to somebody's house and asks for his son, I want the flesh of your son to eat. Then that couple, they kill the son and offer the flesh, cooked meat. Then immediately Shiva blesses and that son comes back to life. You know the story. So when God or Guru needs, if you give, you know in background of your mind, you will get it back. It's a business. But here, Kabir says, anyone needs. Anyone needs. Means, you are just in love, so fulfilled. The sacrifice does not look too big. I'll understand. When the sacrifice does not look too big, it is a real sacred sacrifice. Sacrifice. See, all sacrifice really happens, or it becomes real sacred sacrifice when you don't even know you are sacrificing. It's like such a beautiful feeling. That's what Kabir talks here. Anyone needs a head means you just feel what you need to have through your head, you have it. And just for any reason, any simple thing, you can just sacrifice. It's not a sacrifice, it is just sharing. A casual expression of your flowing fulfillment. A casual expression of your fulfillment is what I call sacred sacrifice. So understand, first you need to develop yourself to the non-suffering. If you are suffering, be very clear, you are suffocating me. I just want to escape from you, or I want you to escape from me. So create non-suffering base, that is a foundation. Then, no asking and no not asking, that's a building. No asking and no not asking. If it is showered, great. Neither asking nor I don't want. That arrogance. That's a building. And the Kailasa, dome of the temple, is if anyone needs a head, the lover leaps up to offer his. The sacred sacrifice, a simple casual sharing of your fulfillment. The decision which happens out of your fulfillment, that is the Kailasa of this building. In this building, God lives. In this building, divine lives. In this building, master resides. I can say, Anandagandha Chakra is this building. The foundation of non-suffering and pillars of no asking and not asking, no asking and no not asking is the pillars of that building. Sacred sacrifice is the Kailasa of the temple. This is the temple where God or the Guru resides. I bless you all to have that temple so that God or Guru, the ultimate, resides in that temple. Let you all achieve and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve, live, experience, express, radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambaam Shankaracharyamध्यamaam Asmadacharyaparyantaam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is dissolve into devotion. As I announced earlier, I'll talk on the sacred sentiments. First, I wanted to share with you all an important thing. About past life, I was doing research for some scientific evidences, references and researches. I got tons. And about the DNA, I was doing some research for evidences, the discoveries in the modern day, and I was trying to do some research among this in the scriptures. Is there any reference and all that? I had lot from both sides. Same way I started some scientific research, some evidence, some discovery in the line of bhakti in the Western world, in the Western civilization, in the modern scientific trend. Please understand, it is such a sad thing, not a single reference I could get. Not a single reference. I have my brahmacharya to do research. Apart from that, I spend little time on my own. I could not get a single modern day scientific research or discovery or study done on devotion. Please understand. There are tons of researches on prayer. But you need to understand a major difference between bhakti, devotion and prayer. They are completely two different things. There are tons of researches done on prayer. How prayer heals the body, heals even cancer cells, heals the skin disorders. But prayer is not bhakti, understand. Prayer is not devotion. Two big difference I wanted you to understand. The root of bhakti starts with our concept of God and origin of the universe. The root of prayer starts with the Western religion's concept of God and creation of world, origin of universe. Understand? In the Western religions, the origin of universe is God willed, because of God's will, the whole universe happened. It means there is some part which created will and some part obeyed and happened. Please understand, in Vedic tradition, it is not. Vedic tradition, we are very clear, the consciousness decided to expand and enjoy itself. It's like understand, if you are 100 kg weight, the whole 100 kg decides to do something. There is no such thing as your brain decides, which is maybe few kg, for few people few gram. That's different. Only that few kg or few gram decides, and all other whole thing follows, obeys. No. In the Vedic tradition, if you are 100 kg, the whole 100 kg decides. So the consciousness consciously decides to become life or to radiate itself, to become many, to enjoy itself consciously. I think understanding the origin of universe will make you completely understand the difference between the prayer and bhakti. See, the Western concept of God and the origin of universe is, there was a will, means one part decides, let there be universe, and the universe happens. Of course, the Western science, just yesterday I was seeing some of the researchers, I am shocked, still they go on maintain saying that life happened as accident in the universe. I was really surprised. That is why they go on repent for life. If you believe life is an accident, it is not a conscious decision, then naturally you will feel you are an orphan here. You are pushed here, and anything you do will end in depression. When you think you are pushed into something, that place will be naturally hell for you. And in hell, how many air conditioners you put, how many fake gardens you try to create, finally it is desert. I saw in Dubai, all over they are trying to create garden. Finally it is after all a desert. Understand? It's like how much ever you try to create with the different things in the hell. A rock garden, stone garden, this garden, and air condition. Finally it is a hell. So your understanding about the cosmos, origin of the cosmos, plays a major role in your attitude towards the ultimate reality. So 3 concepts. 1, the Western science. Still, there are some scientists holding on to the concept life happened as an accident. No. Second, maybe middle level, Western religions hold on to the concept somebody willed and all other things obeyed that will, and the world happened, the universe happened. But in the Vedic tradition we are very clear. Consciousness decided consciously to expand itself and enjoy itself just out of consciousness and independent intelligence. Understand? In our Vedic tradition, it is not that brain decides and the whole body follows. No. The whole body, every atom, every molecule, every cell, every inch, every bit is independent intelligence. That is why the Siddha tradition is so successful in treating and curing the diseases still allopathy is not even able to imagine or conceive. Because the basic belief of Siddha tradition is every cell, every atom, every molecule is independently intelligent. Treat the whole. Anything happens out of whole. That is why very beautifully Upanishad describes Purnamata, Purnamitam, Purnat Purnamudachyate, Purnasya, Purnamadaya, Purnamevavasishyate. Out of whole, the whole comes out. Even when the whole comes out of the whole remains as whole. Understand? If somebody commands and somebody obeys, then how can the commander and the person who is obeying can be one? How can the one remain as one even after command is made and executed? No. The very concept of origin of the universe and God is different in the Western religions and in the Eastern religions. That is why the prayer and bhakti are totally different. Really. Bhakti is a flower with a clear understanding. This is from Narada Bhakti Sutras. Muka Swadanam, 52nd verse describes about bhakti, the joy. It is like the experience of joy which a dumb man has when he tastes something sweet and who can't express it. It's a flower. Very beautifully. Bhagavatakara, Sukadeva was supposed to be the person who recited Bhagavata. Vyasa wrote, but Sukha shared with the world. First he recited to Parikshit, then the rishis from Naimisharanya hears. Some of the rishis questioned Sukabrahma. The Gopikas, the Krishna's beloveds, they also had a deep love, romance, very sweet experience with Krishna and attitude with Krishna. You call them as great devotees, but all the women who are serving Shishubala, you call them as prostitutes. What do you mean? There is no equality. You are prejudiced. Sukabrahma says very beautifully, the love and feeling connection, joy, Mathura Bhava, Gopikas have, is established on the understanding Krishna is ultimate. Jnana Varishta Bhakti. The bhakti flowers with the clear understanding. Understand? Bhakti has a deep root of understanding about the God and the origin of the universe. You just know this whole thing is consciousness, and you celebrate the very existence of consciousness. Prayer is totally different. Here, in prayer, it's like there is somebody, big boss, and who commanded, and everything happened. So there is some calamity. If you want to alter, reach to big boss, and he may veto power it and alter and relieve you. Understand? In the Ganges civilization, even the politics was done based on spiritual understanding. The Western civilization, even religion was done based on political understanding. See the whole thing, it looks more like a politics. King ordering and happening, something wrong, go back to king, beg, and he will correct it. I only feel sympathy for the brains out of which this concept of prayer came out. Maybe before the brain was completely mature, this concept of somebody was there and they created, maybe I can say that this was a concept during the growth. But a fully developed brain can never perceive religion with the angle of politics. See, this is the right concept for politics. Some head, hierarchy, and he commands and something is created and something is changed, can be altered. Okay, great. Amazing Egyptian political setup. But unfortunately, the same idea gets replicated into the religion. No. Understand? I tell you, the religion of fully developed brain is the religion which came out of Ganges civilization. When a brain is fully developed, you will realize the brain is not something separate, commanding. No. It is just the center of the synchronicity. Center of the synchronicity is not commander. Please understand. Center of the synchronicity means a consciousness which by its presence creates a beautiful synchronicity. By its presence, The whole thing is synchronized. Devotion is diving into the center of the synchronicity. I really feel deeply sympathetic towards the Western scientific community for still unable to grab or conceive the greatness of devotion and unable to get specimens who radiate devotion to do some scientific studies and researches and inventions and show it to the world. I was trying hours to Google some study on bhakti. Zero. All the study which is there is only on prayer. Devotion, bhakti. Please understand, all sacred sentiment is oozing out from the center of the synchronicity, not from the agony towards the origin. No. Center of the synchronicity. Jnana varishta bhakti. Bhakti which blossoms with a clear understanding about the origin of the cosmos and God and us. Established in the clarity, basic clarity of who we are and what is all around us and what is the source of both. Sacred sentiments is sacred because it is out of understanding. Any emotional ripple happens in you out of misunderstanding is sentiment. Any emotional ripple happens in you out of understanding is sacred sentiment. If you think your father is going to be with you forever and cry for his sake, it is sentiment. Means out of misunderstanding. If you think your son is going to be with you forever and cry for that sake, it is sentiment. Out of misunderstanding, especially your daughter. It is out of misunderstanding, sentiment. If you think you are the center of the synchronicity, center of the cosmos, and have some sentiment towards it, it is sacred because it is out of understanding. Understand? Any emotional ripple happens in your system out of understanding is sacred sentiment. Your understanding about you, your understanding about the world, your understanding about the God, your understanding about the origin of the universe. Again, I come back to these 4 items. God, nature, human society, and you. These are the 4 major components. So, right understanding about these 4 and relating these 4, relationship of these 4. Any right understanding about these 4 and relationship between these 4 leads to sacred sentiment. Any misunderstanding about these four or relationship between these four, the emotional ripples created out of this misunderstanding about these four and relationship between these four is sentiment. So I am defining sacred sentiment. Any emotional ripple happens in you with the right understanding of these four: God, humanity, nature, and self. And between these four, right understanding about each other's relationship. God's relationship with humanity, human society's relationship with nature, the nature's relationship with you, your relationship with humanity, your relationship with God, the understandings, with the right understandings, any emotional ripple comes is sacred sentiment. Bhakti is falling in tune with the center of the synchronicity. Prayer means begging, cajoling, trying to bribe whom you think as commander. Unfortunately, I really want to tell people who think there is some place called heaven, Kailasa, Vaikuntha, and somebody is sitting or standing or lying. If you think, you will really feel cheated when you go there, or if you can go there. There is no will or willed. There is no commander and commanded. The origin enjoys itself out of its own independent intelligence. Very beautifully, Ramana Maharshi describes the Parabhakti. Bhava balattinal bhavanadida sat bhavathirutthale undibara Parabhakti tattvam undibara. Strength of the bhava, with that going beyond the bhava. See, first we may develop a feeling connection with the deities. In the bhava, you see Shiva is there, Devi is there. With that strong bhava, you will experience those forms. With that strength, going beyond the bhava, bhavanadida sat bhavathirutthale undibara. Going beyond just being in the sadbhava means the truth, The truth is there is no commander commanded. There is no Bhagavan and Bhakta. When the Bhagavan and Bhakta experience that they are part of the same independent intelligence, that is what I call Bhakti. When Bhagavan and Bhakta merges, that what happens is Bhakti. In my experience, I have always seen, only when the right understanding clicks, something starts bubbling in your heart, gushing. That is what I call Bhakti. Oh God, I was wasting my time so much with this foolishness. Whenever some great understanding happens, past just withers away from your system as a load. It just withers away. It's like some big cancer tumor with which you are suffering, just dried and fell out of your body. How you feel, oh God, I was supporting it so long unnecessarily. I'm relieved. Out of that relief, something gushes in your heart. That's what I call Bhakti. Bhava balathinal bhavanadida sadbhavathirutthale undipara parabhakti tattvam undipara. What a clear understanding about devotion. See, with this clear understanding, Ramana Maharshi says very clearly, with bhava, the strength of bhava, when you go beyond bhava and be in the sadbhava, the ultimate reality, that is parabhakti. Now, with this base, if he sings, Aru kavenai andanai agatridil agilam pazhithidum arunachala, it's Mathura bhava. It is worth. When he says, oh God, for whose sake you took over me, and you now if you forsake me, world will abuse you, world will disrespect you. From that high understanding, when this emotional ripple happens, it is sacred sentiment. So the base for bhakti is non-suffering. Because any suffering you have means still the understanding has not happened. That is why I am afraid of the people who show their devotion to me, who still have suffering in them. Very beautifully Manikavasagar sings. He says, Putrilval aravum anjen. I am not afraid of the snake which stays in the snake hole. He describes, I am not afraid of this, I am not afraid of that. But he says, I am afraid of people who don't apply vibhudi, bhasma, a sacred ash in their face. He says, I don't even want to see them. I am afraid of people who show devotion, who still have suffering inside them. Because it is not out of understanding. Any time the sacred sentiment can become sentiment. When the sacred sentiment becomes sentiment, that fellow is cunning, dangerous, much worse than snake. And I really feel bad for so many ex-disciples. The only trouble is their sacred sentiment becomes sentiment. The understanding, before it became complete and matured, they missed it. That is why I always tell people, first thing, heal your suffering means come to the right understanding. With the right understanding, any bubbling, any emotional ripple happens will be sacred sentiment. Actually, Raman Maharshi is threatening Arunachala. Aru kavenai aandanai agattridil agilam pazhithidum Arunachala. If I have to crudely translate, for whose sake you took me over. Aandanai means you snatched me. In those days, the kings will enter into the new country and take away all the girls for their pleasure. That's the exact term Ramana Maharshi is using. You took me away. Aandanai. Agattridil. Now if you forsake me, throw me out, keep me in distance. Agilam pazhithidum Arunachala. The whole world will abuse you. He is practically threatening Arunachala, but it is sacred sentiment. Because it is out of a clear understanding. The non-suffering layer is established, the non-suffering foundation means a right understanding. See, to find out whether you have a right understanding or not, the scale is non-suffering. It's the scale. If there is a non-suffering scale, base, then any emotional ripple happens in you is sacred sentiment. You are Manikya Vasagar. You are Ramana Maharshi. You are Meera. You are Andal. But if there is suffering, even your devotion, I am afraid. A non-suffering base, that is foundation, means the right understandings have been clicked. See, the right understandings is the steel pillar on which the non-suffering beam, foundation sits. Anything built on that is temple. I'll reside there. But if there is a suffering, even if the palace is built on it, the divine will not reside there. So for sacred sentiment to happen in you, the bhakti to happen in you, the devotion to happen in you, the first step is non-suffering. Iron out your life. Either fulfill all your desire or reduce your desire. Either bring a complete understanding about all the four and among the four, or be very clear, you can't understand, so no question of trying to understand and harass yourself, forget about it. Come to some clear understanding, clarity. Either have a complete right understanding which does not give you suffering, or understand you can't understand and escape from it, which again does not give you suffering. But non-suffering, no suffering is the base on which the sacred sentiments can happen in your system. So, from tomorrow, I'll express the deeper and deeper dimensions of sacred sentiments and different aspects of sacred sentiments. This is the base. The bhakti is the base. Then, out of it, so many different ways the sacred sentiments expresses. We'll understand about those things in the next session. I bless you all. Let you all experience sacred sentiments. Actually, in the sacred sentiment, if you just move one letter, the C moves in front of A, then it becomes scared sentiment. No, really, I'm telling you. One small missing can make sacred sentiment into scared sentiment. That is what has happened with many of our ex-disciples. The A and C got replaced. They just jumped over. If the agony is cured, it is sacred. Spiritual agony cured. If the cure does not happen, and the agony steps away, some misunderstanding, some confusion, then spiritual confusion, agony. SCA, scared. Just a simple confusion. The sacred sentiment can become scared sentiment. Don't allow that. Suffering is responsible for that sacred to become scared because the base is not proper. A non-suffering is the base for sacred sentiment and bhakti. Let you all experience bhakti, achieve and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya-madhyama Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. My Diwali blessings to all of you and the devotees around the world. In our tradition, the Deepavali should be celebrated Amavasya night, because the Amavasya evening is the time I settled with the body. It happened 2000. So 2000 Diwali settled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 years over. Our mission. Now we are a 1 decade-year-old mission. It was 2000 Diwali that I settled into the body. First had the word, the extraordinary blessings that be blissful in Tamil. My Deepavali message is, understand the word Deepavali. Deepavali means set of lamps, or the serial of lamps. The mystical way, if I have to explain, the lamp, Deepa, exactly the word Deepa means ability to see beyond. It is not just light. When you light a Deepa in your heart, the ability to see beyond starts happening. Please understand. All our suffering is just because we stop seeing what is seen. We stop just seeing what is seen. We don't see beyond which can be seen. See, whatever is seen is seen. If you can see beyond the seen, that is what I call enlightenment, the Jnana Deepa, the lamp of knowledge. If you can see beyond what is seen, you can celebrate Deepavali. The real Deepavali is the ability to see beyond the seen. For example, here in this throne, just a pure Nirguna, Nirvigara, Nirvigalpa, Nirvana Sarira only is sitting. The pure seventh layer consciousness. But anything other than that, if you see, you are only seeing ordinary scene. If you can see beyond the scene, you will experience what I am saying, the pure Nirvana Sarira. The pure consciousness, Nirvigalpa. If you are seeing anything other than the pure consciousness in this seat, or having any idea about me, means you are seeing your ideas about me. It's like if you have greed, I also have a samskara related to prana sarira. If you have fear, you will see I have the fear related to this sarira. If you have different engrams, you will see me exactly as your reflection with those engrams. Sometimes I wonder how people obviously miss and pick up exactly reason for my action or reason for my word from their samskaras. This is one of the worst sickness. I can say sickness is the right word. How much ever you tell, they struggle with that samskara. They struggle with that engram. Not only hurt themselves, trying to hurt me also. But fortunately I am empty, hollow. Knife cannot poke. I can see very clearly if they are 80% caught in the second layer samskara and third layer samskara. They will project the same thing on me. And for them, I look like I am also 80% on the second layer, third layer samskara. They will not even see what is. They will only see in their mind what they want. Anything you see in your mind, what you want, suffocates you. Because there is no breathing space between what you are seeing, what is seen by you. If you are seeing the reality, you will have breathing space. If you are seeing the reality in its reality, seen behind what is seen, you will not only have breathing space, you will have the space for dancing. Please understand. Seeing something in your own mind means suffocation. Seeing the actuality means you will have a breathing space, not suffocation. But if you are able to see beyond what you call as actuality, reality, you will have dancing space, not just breathing space, extraordinary ecstasy. The ability to see beyond the seen, the ability to see the master as the nirguna, nirvigara, nirvigalpa, niranjana, niramaya. The moment you are able to see him beyond the seen, you will be able to see you beyond the seen. Again and again I see people picking up exactly what they want and interpreting exactly as they want. They forget my ocean of compassion. This compassion ocean, when it makes a small wave and touches their feet, they abuse me for that small cold feeling they have. Oh, it is too cold. He doesn't feel. He's so arrogant. And I don't even know how to justify that cold. That's the nature of the compassion ocean. That is why I always tell people, only if you are completely happy and blissful, be around me. Otherwise, don't try to be happy, don't try to be blissful. Just be wherever you want and work. Because even if you have one hurting or wound, you will go on be abusing me internally. At least that's where it starts. And you think you can get out of it. You need to get out of the whole mental structure. And many times you don't want to get out. That's another one problem. The arrogance and anger. I really feel sympathy for these people. But what to do? It is you who need to break that mental setup and stand up. It can never happen by postponing. It can only happen by breaking up. All our Vedic festivals are the chance given to you to break up. Today is Diwali. Come on, decide, break up. That's all. There is a beautiful tradition in Varanasi. If you go to Varanasi, you should break up some mental habit and come back. Even village old ladies, when they go there, some addiction they will pick up and break that addiction. They will decide, from today I drop this addiction. I know one of my grandmothers, she had the addiction of eating in the leaf. And she went to the Varanasi and decided that from today I will not eat in the leaf. Something like that these guys will select. I have seen one person in my village has dropped tobacco and picked up cigarette. That is dangerous. He used to chew tobacco. Of course, again went to Varanasi once more and dropped the cigarette also. If you go to Varanasi, you drop something. So every festival, every celebration in our Vedic tradition is a chance provided for us to drop something. So today is Diwali. Pick up a mental setup today of judging the master and break it. Drop it. Decide, from today I'll be intensely happy with him, around him. No fight. I end all fights with master. Actually, that will end 99% of your problems. Suddenly the whole place will look like a heaven. All the suffocation will go away. As on now, the mind which tells you constantly you are being exploited or you are not treated equally, as long as that is there, you will constantly suffer and feel suffocated. We always feel. That is what is the worst fear. Either if you are having master, you will feel towards master, or you will be feeling towards the society or the nature. See, these are the major entities in your life. God, society, nature, master. These are the major entities. Towards any one you will feel a strong hatred. This one is not treating me equally. For example, handicapped people, they feel the nature is not treating them equally. Poor people, they feel society is not treating them equally. Even if you are given everything, you feel master is not treating you equally. Different people have different feeling. So with anybody, society, nature, God, Guru, with anybody, you have the feeling, I am not treated as I am supposed to be. I am not treated properly. I am not given the right place. Some unjustification is done to me. Some way my expectations are not met. Some way I should have been better handled. Drop that mental setup today. Break it. Breaking that mental setup will make your life greater, better, happier than trying to have that mental setup and go on fighting with it. Yesterday in Vishwanath temple in the Varanasi, so I am supposed to drop something. What do I have to drop? And I have dropped everything. I looked around. Array, what to drop? There is nothing. Finally I decided, all right, I will have to at least drop something already which I dropped. Just for the sake of remembrance and tradition. So I decided to drop. Any hurt caused by society, disciples, nature or anything, directly or indirectly, done to me, which I have not even realized. There are millions of things which are done by society, by nature, by disciples, by people, which I have not even realized, which I don't even know. Whether I know it or not, I decided to drop all of them. That's what I dropped yesterday in Ganges. Now I drop, whether I know it or not, let that be dropped. So I don't feel there is any unjustification, there is any torture, there is any suffering. done to me by society, humanity, or nature, or disciples, or ex-disciples, or the world. Of course, nothing can be done by God, so no problem. So anything done, be dropped. Let it be dropped. Of course, there is no difference inside because it never had any effect from the beginning. But even I need to drop something for Diwali. So all you guys have to drop something. So decide to pick up something and dropping it. The decision itself is very powerful. Really, I am telling you. You don't know the power of decision. There are some people, just by one or two decision, a very strong Kundalini establishment happens in them. See, whenever you make this kind of simple decisions, the amount of Kundalini gets awakened in you, like a 10 unit, 5 unit. Usually when I bless, that becomes stabilized. I can say that 5 unit, like a transformer, it becomes 100 unit. But you need to have a system to hold that 100 unit. That's why I am saying that heavy Hatha Yoga. Last 2 days I am brushing through this Sittar Badalgal. Because I am going, the next subject after the sacred sentiments, it is going to be Siddha tradition. I am going to speak on Siddha tradition for maybe 1 month. I am just brushing. They describe morning 700 pranayamas, noon 200 pranayamas, and evening again 200 pranayamas. They say only then the body will be ready to hold the Kundalini explosion by the Diksha. I think that is what I am saying. Morning, that 3 hours of heavy physical activity. Like 108 Surya Namaskara is equivalent to 12 pranayama. Sorry, 1 Surya Namaskara is equivalent to 12 pranayama. So 108 into 12, that itself becomes 1200 pranayama. So if you do 108 Surya Namaskar, you are done. You have done it. And little sesame seed and jaggery should be taken, and soya. After that Surya Namaskar, sesame seed and jaggery releases all the engraved memory given to you by your ancestors. That is why still for the Shraddha the sesame seed is offered. Understand? Giving Shraddha inside your body is that eating sesame seed and jaggery. All the engram handed over to you by the parents genetically gets healed. So after the intense physical workout, have at least half hand sesame seed and the jaggery. Maybe you can make it like a ball and it should be eaten, so that the ancestral engrams are released from the system. Sesame seed helps. So these 15 days, Deepavali to Deepam, Deepavali to Purnima. Yesterday is Amavasya, next Purnima. These 15 days, all you guys take up this as a project. Dropping all the fight with the master. or with whoever you have, that main four entities, God, Guru, society, nature. With these four only you can have fight. If you are having fight other than these four, then you are unique. I don't know what to do. All right, we will have a fifth category. There are some tippus constantly fighting with themselves. No, they become so deeply tippu. Tippu means depressant. That they become so deeply tip oriented, they don't need these four to fight. These mad people, when they become too much, they beat themselves. They go and hit on the, no, not even hitting on the wall, they just hit themselves. So that is called fifth category, Panchama. In these five, any fight you have, decide to drop the fight and heal it this 15 day. Skandasashti Brahmotsava and Kartike Brahmotsava. This 15 day. Skandasashti Brahmotsava is to stop the fight. Means destroying all the fight. Then Kartike Brahmotsava is to evolve a sweet, beautiful experience with the master. For most of you, master is God, nature and humanity. So your fights will be mostly with me only. So drop the fight with me. Suddenly you will see the whole thing becomes heaven. So as I said, yesterday I dropped the fight with you guys. No more fight. So today you can decide to drop the fight. Days, take up this as a project. Dropping all the fight. Just this conscious decision is enough. And that can become a Kundalini in you. So now itself I give you my advanced blessings. Make the decision. My blessings. You will have a strong positive Kundalini experience. And do the physical working out so that that Kundalini experience stays with you in your system. But your cunning mind goes on avoiding. No, what problem he is describing, it is not with me. I don't have. He is diverting. Then I think nothing can be done. Only the suffering will teach you the lesson. Or you need to take a long route of waiting, then coming. Even this everyday giving Shraddha 3 times. All the engrams given to you from the ancestor genetically gets destroyed. If you are suffering with the past engrams handed over by the ancestors or parents or family, go on doing Shraddha. You will see that just disappears. It's a very powerful technique. Those mantras, that act, that emotion, that sentiment, everything just releases all the engram handed over to you by the ancestors. So, essence of my Deepavali message is light the Deepa in your heart. See beyond the scene. See beyond the scene. I bless you all. Let you all experience and radiate enlightenment, achieve, experience, live, express, radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. शिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Rebirth, a fantasy or reality? Morning satsang subject. I have some quotations and discoveries, inventions, opinions of researchers and scientists. Roger J. Woolger, a psychotherapist of modern age, gives evidences for diseases that got cured when the past life trauma was removed. He quotes, "Woman's chronic migraine disappeared after reliving the agony of a 7-year-old dying from the head wounds inflicted with an iron bar wielded by her father." These are some of the direct experiences of the people who work in the line of past life, regression. Woolger refers to the physical manifestations of apparent past life experiences as inherited structures. The physical manifestations of apparent past life experiences as inherited structures. A weak stomach may carry, a weak stomach may carry past life memories of poisoning, starvation and dysentery is right. If you have the past life memory of poisoning, dysentery or starvation, your stomach can be weak. Not only that, even if you see continuously people who starve are poisoned having dysentery, understand? Even if you see, because whenever you see psychological weakness or physiological weakness, the first thing you do is put yourself in that position and see. That is the basic nature of human being. That is the root of social conditioning. Please understand. All social conditioning is not forced on you by society. Anything happens in society, you put yourself in that position and see, what will I do if I am in that position? That is where you take social conditioning upon you. Society does not condition you, you get conditioned by society. It's totally different. See, there is so much happening. Really, even your parents are not such cruel people to make you like this. No, they are not cruel, they are ignorant. Understand? Only when you understand they are ignorant, you can forgive them and get out of this conditioning. Understand? There is so much happens around. Whenever you put yourself in that position, you associate completely yourself in that position. When you feel the click, that possibility for you to be in that position exists. See, when you see, for example, you are 10 million worth as per the Western language. If you think you are 10 million worth, whenever you see a person 20 million worth, you know the possibility for you to be in his position exists. So all is good part of the life and bad part of the life, you start thinking, contemplating. If I am in his position and if that good thing hits me, what will I do? If that bad thing hits me, what will I do? This is what is your future planning. You know the possibility, it clicks, then you put yourself in that position, and whatever happens in you is called conditioning. Understand? Understand this point, the conditioning. When you feel the click, the possibility for you to exist there exists, immediately you start thinking, putting yourself in that position and start seeing the positive and negative. Positive and negative, and anything happens in you when you contemplate on that positive and negative is called social conditioning. So when somebody is seen food poisoned, starvation, dysentery, you always put yourself in that position. Maybe when it comes to the extreme of food poisoning, you think, no, that may not happen in my life. But there is a possibility of dysentery. What will I do if this happens in me? Immediately, your DNA is conditioned now. Understand? Not only the second layer past, means past life, dysentery, food poisoning and starvation. Even in the first layer past, in past living also, you catch this kind of engrams through putting yourself in that position. Actually, all the calamity and chaos is just because you constantly putting yourself in somebody's position. See, you don't have base on you, you don't get rooted in you. You go on putting yourself in somebody's position. And The ideas which you collected about society, this is the way it should be, this is the way it should be, this is the way it should be, all are just you putting yourself in somebody else's position. When you put constantly yourself in somebody else's position and see, what will I do if that comes to me? What will I do if this comes to me? Oh God, I think it will be great. Oh God, I don't think I can handle. These two are social conditioning. These two are social conditioning. I can see how the past life and past living are almost, you can say almost one and the same. I have to use the word almost because it is not exactly. More than 90% one and the same. All the first layer past life, past living theories can be adapted into second layer past life theory, or all second layer theories which is worthy or which can be adapted in the past lives will be adapted in past living. How you get conditioned by society and constantly entertain, cherish the sufferings and the karma, whether it is in the plane of economy or in the plane of physical health or in the plane of relationships, you always put yourself in somebody's position and plan, what will I do? Oh God, is it not great if I am in his position? Or I don't think I will be able to handle if I am in his shoes. These two, if you can just avoid these two, as far as your awareness goes, as much as your awareness penetrates, as much as your consciousness goes, just see, your awareness, your consciousness, your intelligence, that much you avoid, that's enough. That is a very beautiful stotra. I'm not able to tell you exactly verse, but I can share that sentiment with you from Kabir. I'm going through some of the great songs of Kabir to learn Hindi. You should learn a language only from a poetry, never from a prose. That is why all our Vedic traditional teaching system was based on poetry. Never prose was written in our Vedic tradition, in no language which took birth from Sanskrit. Whether it is a Tamil, Kannada, Telugu, Malayalam, Hindi, Bengali, Oriya, all the languages which I know took birth from Sanskrit, I have no writing in prose. The writing in prose has started only few hundred years before. Whether it is a Marathi, any language you analyze, there is no writing in prose because the methodology of teaching was always through poetry. I think Yan Vidyalaya should imbibe this system. Learn more. The language teaching and learning should be based on poetry. More poetry based, less prose based. Prose should be only used to explain poetry, but should never be a writing lesson. Writing should always be through poetry. When you learn a language through poetry, you will be a poet. See, being a poet is not just an intellectual capability, it is an existential reality. See, there are some things which are not intellectual capability, existential reality. If there is no gap between your intellectual capabilities and existential realities, you are enlightened. That's all. See, whatever you are showing to the world, poetry, writing, singing, dancing, or spiritual knowledge, whatever you are showing to the world, if it is your existential reality, you are enlightened. If you don't show anything to the world and you don't have anything, and being not having anything is your existential reality, you are enlightened. There are so many people, I know, they have not shown anything to the world, any intellectual capability, and they did not have, they are enlightened. They lived an enlightened life. The Mauni Babas, Pahul mystics, Tantric saints, wandering monks, Parivrajaka acharyas, they did not show any extraordinary intellectual capability to the world. They just know they do not have. Whatever they were showing is their existential reality. They are enlightened. Being a poet, being a dancer, being a singer, or being an intellectual orator, or being a writer should be an existential reality, not just intellectual capability. When you teach a language to a child, he should just sing in that language. His whole inner space should be singing. So for the sake of others to understand, he can translate that song into words. That's all. But he himself should be just humming inside. When I read Kabir, that's what I understood. Oh God, this fellow, I know for sure, never had any thoughts in his life. He had only poets in his life. Because you cannot go to that depth of sentiments, extraordinary sentiments, the sacred sentiments. He is expressing on sacred sentiment. Please don't appear, oh my beloved, don't appear in front of me. Even remembering that you may enter my house, my eyes already come out to see you, to grab your form. Never ever do the mistake of appearing. I don't know what will happen. Understand the second sacred sentiment. I expressed only one. The second only connects that Kabir's sentiment and the concept which I am talking. The second sentiment is, just because my senses are completely outside my system, outside my prana sarira to grab you, there is nobody to process information and create social conditioning inside. Only if you understand the sacred sentiments. Actually, if you yourself have experienced at least once or twice that your senses are lost in the glory of the master, and there is nobody sitting inside doing some social conditioning and grumbling, grudging about who gets more time around master or who gets more attention, or when you don't have, when you yourself have experienced those few moments, or who gets bigger post in the organization, who is in bigger hierarchy in the organization. See, always male suffer with the hierarchy, female suffer with attention. When you don't have that too, just by being lost, the senses are protruding, just going out of your prana sarira to grab him, to grab his presence. If you experience this for a few seconds, then you will understand what Kabir is singing. Because sacred sentiments can be understood only if you had one iota of that understanding. See, if Kabir sings 100 sacred sentiment, if you understand at least one unit of one sentiment as experience in you, only then you can even grab that 100 unit of his pleasure or the intensity of his sacred sentiment. This is one of the basic lessons you need to have to grab the strength of sacred sentiments. That is why when a young man goes to Ramanujacharya, he asks, I want to achieve that parabhakti, devotion, that great devotion. Ramanuja asks, have you loved anybody? Have you fallen in love with somebody in your life? This fellow says, no, what nonsense? I'm a born celibate, Bala Brahmachari. No, I lived a pure life. What are you talking? I came to you for parabhakti. Then Ramanuja says, relax, go back, first learn falling in love with somebody. And come back, I can teach you parabhakti. Really, you need to experience at least one ray of that sacred sentiment. Actually, when you really fall in love, even in ordinary way, what you call as ordinary way, a ray of sacred sentiment will be awakened in you. Even with an ordinary person. Because at one point you may have to sacrifice the constant remembrance of me, which is a root of all suffering. You may have to just push that away for a few seconds. So that one moment you would have had that sacred sentiment experience, that one unit. That one unit is enough for you to grab what Andal would have felt with Krishna, or Meera would have felt with Krishna, or Manikyavasa would have felt with Shiva, or Ramana Maharshi would have felt with Arunachala. Read his marital garland for letters, marital garland of letters for Arunachala, Aksharamana Malai. Extreme, I don't have any word. If I have to say a naked Madhura Bhava. Yeah, unhidden, unclothed Mathura Bhava. I have not seen any deeper or naked Mathura Bhava work than Aksharamana Malai, the marital garland of letters put by Ramana Maharshi to Arunachala. I can never, when I really started deeply understanding. See, earlier when I used to see Bhagavan's photo and his teachings, that who am I and all that, I used to have a great respect. Of course, it's not that afterwards lost. A great, very untouchable respect. Oh, a great Avatara Purusha, just sitting in a deep calmness and peace and that eternal silence under a small hut, gazing the great hill on its silence, being immersed in the Satchitananda Aganda Paripurana Brahma Swarupa. The whole understanding and relationship was great. An elderly, amazing saint. Only when I read his Aksharamana Malai, the marital garland of letters, I thought, oh God. I can say in the initial level, my understanding about Ramana Maharshi was respect based, more Dasa Bhava. When you see he opening up himself to Arunachala, and really it is a great opening up. Aru Kavenai Andanai Agatridil Agilam Badithidum Arunachala. For whose sake, if I have to translate very crude form, you grabbed me. or you snatched me. Now, if you forsake me, the whole world will abuse you. What a secret or a personal, intimate, sacred sentiment. ஐம்புல கள்வர் அகத்தினில் புகும்போது அகத்தினி இளையோ அருணாச்சலா. You are the owner of my house. You are supposed to be possessive of me. But these five senses, these thieves are coming and trying to rape me. Are you not aware? Are you a man? He is asking, Iduvo Anmai Arunachala. Are you a man? The greatness of the sacred sentiments is, you will feel so deeply connected to the person and the object to which the person is expressing the sentiment. See, for example, when Manikyavasaka sings about Arunachala, Shiva, it is not that when you read that sacred sentiment, you will feel connected only to the Shiva. You will feel connected to Manikyavasakar also. When Kabir sings on Ram, it is not that you will feel connected only to Ram. You will feel connected to Kabir also. Because he is letting you experience your intimacy. His intimacy with his beloved is opening up. Same way, when you know the sacred sentiments of Ramana Maharshi, it is not that you will feel connected only to Arunachala, you will feel connected to him also. So my whole relationship to Ramana Maharshi got completely changed when I understood the Aksharamana Malai. Oh God, then this guy, when he is looking at Arunachala, what he must be thinking? I used to think earlier when he is gazing at Arunachala, oh, he is in Samadhi, great guy, just being in Nirvikalpa. This sacred sentiment of Kabir, I don't know who gave me the book. There's a beautiful book in my room, Love Songs of Kabir. I have read at least a few books on Kabir, but this selection was amazing. Some of these guys, Rumi, Kabir, Manikyavasakar, oh God. I feel just to enjoy these fellows, I want to assume more and more and more bodies. Nothing else. Just to enjoy these fellows. This Kabir, Rumi, Manikyavasakar. I tell you, a man who does not know how to enjoy sacred sentiments, he is missing one of the greatest inner gadget in his life. For example, if you guys are not having any of the outer gadgets like a cell phone, laptop, and any outer gadgets, just think of your life. Now if you just suddenly, overnight, all the gadgets from the outer world are not there with you, how you will feel? That's the same way these guys who don't know how to experience the sacred sentiments, they do not have the inner world gadgets. If you have the outer world gadgets, you can do so many things in the outer world. Same way, these Enjoying these sacred sentiments is the inner world gadget. This sacred sentiment of Kabir, my senses are protruding, just feeling that you may come sometime to my heart to grab your form, but never do the mistake of coming because I don't know what will happen to me. And just because of this, there is nobody inside to process information and create social conditioning. So enlightenment happens as the side effect. So that is why these bhaktas don't care about jnana. Bhakta, these great devotees, don't care about enlightenment. Really, bhaktas don't care for jnana because when the senses protrude into something and being lost, there is nobody to create social conditioning. So, from the young age, enjoying sacred sentiment, that gadgets should be made available to all our kids. It's an instruction for N Vidyalaya. And all our devotees who have kids, they should take this as a one more Smriti code. So every day in my morning satsangs, whenever I want, I'll go on be revealing these Smriti codes. Let them take it. This is a one more Smriti code. Our devotees, disciples, followers who have kids should encourage, initiate and teach our kids how to enjoy sacred sentiments. Either making them listen or read or understand or work with it. There are so many ways you can think. But enjoying sacred sentiment is an inner world gadget. And more, the teaching and learning process should be based on poetry as much as possible. Prose should be used only to make them understand poetry, that's all. Otherwise, the backbone of the teaching structure should be more poetry. So that they will learn more to be live with the existential reality than intellectual capability. So the essence of today's message is this sacred sentiment. Social conditioning happens in you when you constantly put yourself in others' positions, whether it clicks with you or does not click with you. If it clicks with you, you may create fear and greed. That becomes social conditioning. If it does not click with you, again there is a gap, and that becomes social conditioning. Stop doing that internal process, constant chewing, putting yourself in others' position. That's the first. Second, how to do. For the how to, the instruction for how to is learn to lose yourself in the sacred sentiments. Learn to lose yourself in the sacred sentiments. It's very easy. It is not a big thing. It is not a big thing. The moment I describe some sacred sentiment about love, if you just have that secret joy inside and that uncontrollable smile, then be very clear, you have the inner world gadget. You have that inner world gadget. Be proud about it. Celebrate you have it. Unfortunately, we take this all for granted. In the world, many people don't have. If you have, celebrate, enjoy. Whatever you celebrate will grow in you. And if you don't have, create. Create one. It is possible. It is possible. So, I have given clear goal and the path for not allowing more and more engrams accumulating in you and reliving the past, reliving it in the present, reviving your future. Rewiring your brain. With so much of knowledge, energy, intelligence, healing millions of people, initiating thousands of people, still some part of me is sitting like a child and shedding tears for Sivapuranam. And the Devaram. When I hear in that car or morning when I get up and try to do my so-called body stretching, it will be very funny if you see. I'll try to hold the wall and do something. I can see very clearly that wall is begging, should I stand or move? Tell me what you want me to do. Because I'll be pushing, the wall feels, are you pushing me? Just tell me, at least I'll move. I'll tell, no, all you guys will be in your position. I am trying to do with something with my body, relax. Because I got some steel pieces, like dumbbells and all. The moment I try to hold and squeeze that elements, the molecules in the steel ask, should I change? Tell me, what do you want me to do? Say, no, you remain in your place, in your shape. I don't want that. I am trying to do something with this structure. So, anyhow, even those few moments and those sacred sentiments, I hear this Devaram only, Devaram and Tiruvasam at that time. Oh God. யானே போய் என் நெஞ்சும் போய் என் அன்பும் போய். See, he describes, I am a lie, my heart is a lie, my love is a lie, but வினையேன் ஆனால் வினையேன் அழுதால் உனை பெறலாமே. Person with so much of karmas, vinayen means the person with so much of karmas. If I melt down, I can have you. See, I already had him. I'm having him. So I don't need to feel melt down with the sacred sentiment. See, this idea, I am lie, my heart is lie, does not directly fit with me, because whatever is the lie part has already disappeared. And the person with so much of karma, that also does not fit with me. I don't have any karma. And if I melt down, I can have you. That also does not fit with me. Already I have him. I have whatever need to be had. But even then, with all this, looking from the other shore, see, there are two shores, a seeker and attained, Advaita and Dvaita. Tasting the water which runs in the other shore has always a secret taste. Sometimes I wonder what is going on. And it is such a sweet feeling. It's like after you become a big guy, established guy, going back to your school and just looking around and donating them some money. See, when you are in the school, you are not enjoying. And now you are liberated from it. But you can go back and show who you are. Same way, now you are no more a seeker. That feeling, the other shore is not binding you. But you can just visit the other shore and from the other shore look at this shore. How it feels. The sacred sentiments gives you the joy of all sides of enlightenment. I tell you, sacred sentiment is the focus light put on all sides on a temple tower. See, Advaita Anubhuti, enlightenment experience, like a temple tower. It stands. But the focus lights put on 8 direction, that suddenly lights the whole tower, and the whole tower is seen in a different perception. You experience the whole tower in a different way because of these few focus lights. The sacred sentiments are like different focus lights. Dasabhava, Matrubhava, Sakabhava, and Mathurabhava. The different Mahabhava, different focus lights to see the different dimensions of the temple tower. It's extraordinary. Sacred sentiments, I can say, sacred sentiments is the technique to clean your third layer past. Big Bang to this moment. Kabir. What a plane of consciousness these guys would have lived. What a space they would have floated. Sacred sentiments makes enlightenment as immediate. See, whatever makes your goal as a goal for you is jnana. Whatever makes your goal as immediate for you is bhakti. That's all is the definition. Anything makes your goal as immediate, it's bhakti. The sacred sentiments make the whole experience as now immediate. Yane poi, yen nenjum poi, yen anbum poi. If you just sit and see, the whole thing is true. Because any moment your mind can change. Any moment what you think as you changes. The very idea you have about you changes. Yane voi, yen nenjum voi, my heart is alive. Very shallow. Morning it feels love, evening it feels hatred. Next day morning it feels agitated. By evening it feels irritated. And from third day, every time it feels irritated. And after third day, no change. என் நெஞ்சும் பொய் என் அன்பும் பொய். My love is a lie. If there is no reciprocation from the other side, it can just change and become a hatred. Then how can that be love? It just remains as love as long as there is a reciprocation from the other side. That is why in the initial level you can practice sacred sentiment only with a master, because he reciprocates. Only after that you can practice that real sacred sentiments with the deities. In the initial level, you need somebody who reciprocates, because any sacred sentiment in you, love in you, will grow only if it is reciprocated. First, master will make it as, he will reciprocate. So it will grow. Then he will stop reciprocating and turn that into Atma Bhakti. Means learning to grow in love without being reciprocated. That's where that pure solid love starts happening. But in the beginning, always the love which dies without reciprocation is the lie. ஆனால் வினையேன் அழுதால் உன்னை பெறலாமே. But even though I am loaded with samskaras and karma, if I melt down, I can have you. God, what a mood this guy would have been living. This Manikya Vasagar, this sentiment is from him. He always lives outside the village. Wherever he goes to have the darshan of a temple, deity, Shiva temple, usually all the South Indian towns, the center will be temple, and around the temple the village will be built. He will go and have darshan in the temple, but come and stay only outside the village. Because this guy is in such a ecstasy, he can't wear clothes. See the extraordinary joy, the whole skin has become so soft, he can't wear clothes. Manikya Vasagar, if you see his life, always he will stay outside the city. Even in Thiruvannamalai, he stayed outside the city in a small village. He will go every day to temple and come back, come away. He will not stay in the city. Same way with Ramakrishna. Because always he was in that ecstasy, he can't wear the clothes. Let you all achieve and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve, live, experience, express, radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Today's subject for satsang is relive to relieve. Again, I will continue on the same subject of past life, past lives, second layer past. Scientists in the field of past life regression, like Dr. Brian Elvis, leading psychotherapist and author of The Same Soul, Many Bodies, Many Lives, Many Masters, and Dr. Ian Stevenson state past life therapy can be a cure for psychological ailments like unexplained fears. For example, claustrophobia, which is a fear of closed spaces. A person relived a past life in which he was buried alive in an earthquake. Once the trauma was released, he was able to overcome the fear. Healing evidence of the claustrophobic patient. You can really understand and relate to this. It's true. If you are buried alive or got drowned in the past life, that engram gets carried and becomes claustrophobic. Not only that, even the unnecessary fears you carry. If you have the strong fear about your parents, especially father, you will project that same on me. If you had a very good relationship with the father, very loving, caring father, you will exactly project that same on me. I have seen how we carry engrams and how we project on people, how we see it in the life. Samsaya, the doubt, is such a worst demon. Makes the whole life hell. Makes you uncomfortable everywhere. Wherever you go, the moment you start doubting, the whole life becomes hell. And it is impossible to live. I know how the people with doubt live. I can only sympathize or laugh at them. The extraordinary tamas creates an intense doubt about everything in the life. This claustrophobia is nothing but an extraordinary doubt. Doubting even the space. There are different levels of doubt. Doubting persons, doubting relationships. The extreme is doubting the very space you start living in. You are living. That's what is a claustrophobia. Even Patanjali says in his Yoga Sutras, Samskara Sakshat Karanat Purva Jati Jnanam. Making samyama on previous part waves, one obtains knowledge of one past lives. Vivekananda also translates this as through the perceiving of impressions comes the knowledge of past life. It's a technique, very powerful technique. If you are claustrophobic now, try to meditate on that samskara. Why you feel that way? How you feel? You will open the first layer past and second layer past. Same way, if you are having the fear, projecting your past trauma or the doubt, untrusting relationships on me, dig into it. Why you are feeling that way? Why you are projecting that way? Dig into it. You will see. You are reminding the first layer past and the second layer past. It may not even be just from this birth. Because many things from this birth can be just burnt away by anesthesia. Samskara dharma kriya is enough. to burn away many things from this birth. There may be something you are carrying from the past. Inability to open up, to trust is a worst hell. Because with that quality, however life is comfortable, you just can't live. It will suffocate. See, claustrophobia and living with the people whom you are not able to trust are one and the same. You have a huge house, so much wealth, but the 2-3 people with whom you are living, you are not able to trust. You will be claustrophobic in that house. Deep suffocation will be there in that house. Claustrophobia is nothing but unable to trust the space you live. Even though there is a huge space, you will feel constant suffocation. If you look on the engrams which creates suffocation in you, go on digging, meditating, samyama, doing samyama on it. As I said yesterday, accepting and looking through. The first layer past and second layer past will start opening. First layer past and second layer past will start opening. It's the most powerful process for the past life regression. Again, I have one more abstract from healpastlife.com. Morbid obesity or clinically severe obesity is a life-threatening condition where patient is above the optimal weight for their height due to chronic urge to overeat. Research says although genetic mutation, physical addiction, brain chemistry and psychological pain may be the causes, unhealed past life karma is the primary cause. Research says that most common past life causes for the morbid obesity are starvation in one or more past lives, lead to constant desire to overeat. And not only that, if you have cheated somebody's food, again that karma lands in your system and it takes an effect of making you overeat. Please understand, all the countries which are depriving the food from other countries are suffering with obesity. Look. When you are depriving food through various methods, scientifically, socially, economically, the countries and systems which are encouraging depriving food from others suffer with overeating and obesity. Exactly what the scientists are saying is true. I can tell one thing. In the whole world, that sharing food freely with no cost is a lifestyle only in India. All religious ceremonies invariably involves this sharing food. That should be the Vedic tradition, because we are grain-based civilization. Sharing food, not just social or religious ceremonies, as a lifestyle. I have seen at least in my village, at least the 10 houses which I know, in which I grew up, In Indian villages, you don't grow up in one house. You usually live in the 10, 12 houses. Some 4-5 days you stay in one house, some 4-5 days you stay in another one house. Saturday, Sunday you stay in another one house. That is the way we all grew up. And there will not be any reason. Just like that, go to the grandparents' house. I will not come back for even for 20 days. I will be there. Because school, everything is all close by, you see. All the 10-20 houses, I grew up. I have always seen all those houses are always open, either for sadhus, or for beggars, or for guests, or for visitors. I have seen my grandfather's house, my mother's father's house. All the villagers who come for the business to the city, they will straight away walk into the house and eat and go. It's not that they have to inform before. Always it's not, only when I describe now it looks like a big thing. And only when I saw the other country lifestyle, I understood it's a too big thing. Of course, if you are from an Indian village, you will not consider this as a big thing. Oh, this is a lifestyle in every house. Every house is a lifestyle. But only when I started traveling outside India, if your own son's house also, you have to make 2 phone calls. Your own daughter's house, you have to tell 2 times that you are coming at this such and such a time. I am really shocked. I have seen those villages, they will straight away come and do some business in the city, and they know that Mudliar's house, food will be there. Noon means they will come and eat and go. These people also, remember, they will not even ask who you are, from where you are coming, nothing. There will be one area allotted specially for that. Anybody comes and sits. These 2-3 ladies in the house, they will bring water and give first. And they will first thing they will ask, have you had lunch or dinner, breakfast? They will say, no, I came to eat only. Then they will bring that banana only. It's like a regular routine. Sharing food should be a lifestyle. I wanted to give this as one more smriti. Smriti means the lifestyle to experience and radiate ultimate truths. Shruti is ultimate truths. Smriti is lifestyle, ideals which you need to imbibe and live to live those ultimate truths in your life. So I wanted to add this one understanding as a smriti for all our disciples and followers. All your house kitchen should be open for anybody who is hungry. It should be a rule. Anybody who considers me as a guru, a God, my disciple or devotee, should keep this as a vow. Keep your kitchen open. Don't cook only for you. Then obesity is the only way. If you are cooking only for you and your family and eating, be sure obesity will be your lifestyle either in this janma or in the next life. That's all. Now or next, obesity. Obesity is the way you live and die. So, not only this karma, even as a great understanding about life, food should be free. Food should be free for the whole humanity. So all our devotees and disciples should keep their kitchen open to any visitor, beggar, sadhu, guest, or even the animals who live around in that area. All of them should be given food. And any of our disciples, devotees who are in the position of decision making, either socially, politically, or any religious leader or anybody. I command all of you to work to make the food as free commodity in the planet Earth. Food should be available for anybody, any life which is breathing, which has life. When I say breathing, you should not exclude trees. They do breathe. Anything which is alive, food should be free for them. Food should be made available to them. The food, making the food available is one of the greatest virtue and first virtue, first important lifestyle. All our communities, temples, devotees, disciples, our Sangha, ashrams should take up this as a command from Swamiji. Kitchen should be always available to whoever comes and open to whoever comes, and you will never have economical problem by running an open kitchen. No. You will never have an economical problem by running an open kitchen. That is my blessing to the whole Sangha. Understand? Keep the Annapurani available to the whole world. You will see Lakshmi showers constantly on you. This should be a lifestyle. Only the decisions and decision makers who hold food without sharing it with the world. I know there are some countries destroy food, grain, butter just to maintain the market rate. They grow excess. Too much dairy products are produced, too much grain is produced. They dump the whole thing into the ocean so that the market rate is maintained. On other side, billions are either starved or undernourished. Insensitivity. Insensitivity. So all our devotees and disciples should get into the decision making, powerful posts of these fields and take care that food is available for the whole earth, whole planet. There is a song by Bharadiyar. He's a Siddha. He's one of the modern day Siddha. Even though people criticize him for so many reasons, he's surely a Siddha Purusha. At least had Satori experience. He sings in one song, Taniyoru Manidana Kunavilla Yenilita Jagatina Yadithiduvo. Exact meaning is, if there is one man going without food, let us destroy this whole earth. It is not useful, worthy of being alive. If one man is fasting, if any one man in the world does not have food, why this earth? Destroy it. You can say very violent, strong way of telling the truth, but he conveyed it. He is right. Taniyoru manidana kunavilla enilinda jagatthina adithidu. It's true. And all the cultures and civilization which does not have the habit of sharing food, I tell you, just share food and eat. This is a very simple technique for not to overeat. Just have 4 or 5 people and eat. You will never overeat. Overeating always happens in the secret snacking, sneaking snacking, dumping. keeping it under the cot, below the bed. I tell you, it's really, always have few people to share food. When I say few people, not your own family. Somebody outside, have few people, you will never overeat. It's a rule. I know the psychology. I can tell you, you will never overeat. Have a lot of people to eat with you. You will never overeat. It's a lifestyle. It's a mind. And same way, arranging the food and seeing the food with a lot of respect, you will never overeat. Sharing will relieve you from obesity. Fear of past and guilt from past lives also is responsible for morbid obesity. That's what. Depriving food from others. Asteya leads to obesity. Sorry, not asteya. Asteya. Asteya means non-stealing. Stealing leads to obesity. Stealing others' food and storing it in your body. What will happen? Obesity. Every moment the samskaras and experiences you add, strategic decisions you make are responsible for your future. So analyzing your past and healing your future, learning the lessons from your past, analyzing your past and healing your past and learning the lessons from past is a right and best way to create a right strategy for the future. Understand, this is an important fact. You need to understand a very important truth. Healing the past means nothing but learning the lessons from past life incidents which you were supposed to learn when that happened to you, but because you did not have awareness, you just dumped it. It's like every meal you eat, you are supposed to digest, and all the unnecessary fat should leave your system. But if you don't have that much of intelligence and awareness to send them out of your body, for some reason, just you pack it and dump it in your body, saying that later on I will use it, or later on I will see this file. That accumulated file is a fact. Same way, any incident happens in front of you in your life, if you just deal with awareness, so all the lessons you need to learn will become energy in you. All the things not necessary will just leave your mind over. It's just like a digestion process. But when you are not having enough awareness and patience, you just dump all that incident inside as an engram and think later on we'll take care. That stored engram which has not become intelligence in you is the past wounds. Now, reliving them with intelligence, then naturally it will all be digested. The energy part will become energy and the intelligence and wisdom. The unnecessary part will just automatically disappear from your system. This is what I call healing the past. Healing the past means digesting them and making them as a wisdom, or whatever unnecessary, releasing them from your system. This reincarnation theory is accepted in many other religions also. I have some reference. In Islam, idea of reincarnation is accepted by few Muslim sects, particularly Gulat and Druzus. Some verses of Quran support reincarnation, which says, "And you were dead, and he brought you back to life, and he shall cause you to die, and in the end shall gather you unto himself." Oh God. Very strange. But some traditions in Islam do accept reincarnation theory, even though mainstream Islam does not accept. And same way, I have some references. Some Christian sects and traditions also accept reincarnation. I'll give you those references tomorrow. Anyhow, all you need to know about the reincarnation theory is healing the past. When you relive them with awareness and intelligence, you digest them. Whatever is right becomes part of your life. Whatever is not needed leaves your system. So the past is healed. Let you all achieve and radiate enlightenment. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा. Today's morning subject of today's satsang is again reincarnation, a myth or fact. I am continuing on the same lines of yesterday's subject. Reincarnation theory, science or superstition. So, here I have some quotes from different researchers and scholars and scientists. This is from Dr. Ian Stevenson, a renowned psychotherapist. Missing or malformed limbs are caused by traumatic death in past lives. Missing limbs are often carryovers from the past life amputations. where entire limb was removed. Malformed limbs are often carryovers from the wounds inflicted during past lives. I have seen in my experience, if you are wounded physically in some limb due to worst accident, very painful accident, or some part of your body has caused a deep trauma, emotional pain for you, or somebody has caused some strong emotional pain for you through some parts of your body. For example, a person who was raped develops a deep hatred for her own reproductive organs. Any physical or emotional pain created in you, please understand, this is an important thing. Any physical, emotional pain created in you because of you or because of some other outside incident, any reason it can be. But if you are not able to accept it, if you are constantly making it as a bigger and bigger and bigger by brooding over it or analyzing it or creating more anger towards it, anyway, if you are making it bigger and bigger and bigger, please understand, the smell or the flavor of it will be carried in this life, and naturally that will be carried in the next life. There are Puranas and Upanishads, not Upanishads, Puranas, which says that if you do this kind of sins, you will go to this kind of hell. I tell you, the greatest sin is brooding over about the happenings of the life, means not accepting the reality. See, reality as perceived by you is not the real reality. So if you want to know the real reality, you need to first accept the reality perceived by you as reality. That's the first way to open that sheath. See, Annamaya Kosha means the most grass level of reality you perceive. Means most disturbed, confused, chaotic reality which you perceive as happening. Please understand, if it is reported to you through media, it is one more worst layer. If it is happening directly in front of your Annamaya Kosa, that itself is complete chaos. And if it comes to you by somebody else's chaos, chaos through chaos. Understand? Even if it happens in front of you, that is the grassest reality you perceive. Accepting that and looking into it is the first layer, first step you need to do. To experience the reality, the ultimate reality. Have patience, the tremendous patience to look into it. First, Accept, then have patience to look in. Don't react. Reaction is not going to help you. Accepting and looking in, looking in, looking in with deep patience. Reality will be realized as reality only by the deep acceptance and restful awareness. Your agitated mind, the angry mind, which goes on fighting with the reality presented to you. Please understand, the reality presented to you is surely not reality, but you fighting with it is not going to make you experience the reality. But the angered, perverted, agitated mind goes on fighting with the reality presented to you. No. You are basically an enlightened superconsciousness. But with that superconsciousness, you can make a flower do what you want. You can't make a stone do what you want. Understand? There's a big difference. With that superconsciousness, you can just look at a flower, it will just blossom. You can just look at a person, he will just open up. Just one small look, the person is melting. But with that same look, you cannot melt the stone. That is not possible. A crude reality cannot be handled by the agitated or unacceptable mind. First you need is acceptance of that crude reality, chaotic reality which happens in front of you. Then restful awareness. Look in, look in, look in. You will see, layer by layer, reality opens to you. But any agitation, the crude reaction to the reality presented to you makes the wound big, and you carry it for ages, lives. That is what is called hell. The ultimate sin is not looking into reality. That is the ultimate sin. That is why you carry the wounds deeply. Please understand. Yesterday I was analyzing some more videos, researches, books on past life. Please understand, I am not supporting the caste system as it is available now or as we understand now. Of course, there were some misunderstandings happened, no doubt. But I tell you, some of the few things you need to understand. First thing, this is the system with minimum flaws. If you see the other civilizations, it is not that they did not have caste system. Every civilization has caste system, but their caste system is dependent on economical strength. But our caste system was dependent on the intelligence, the intellectual strength, the teachers, and the people who do R&D. They were kept as the highest ladder, so that the constant amendment is possible. Please understand. just because few mistakes have happened, you should not abuse the whole system. We should understand where mistake happened, why mistake happened, and use all the right things from that system. There are many right things. And another one thing, we go on talking that the basic theory of the caste system is human beings are not equal. Please understand, it is not theory. It was created in a very solid, clear, practical base, based on reality, actuality. Look into it. The other day somebody was asking, Swamiji, is the sex right or wrong? I told him, I am not ready to answer. I am saying this is what is there. It is reality, actuality. Every man or woman has the emotions, feelings, experiences, engrams, expressions related to sex. What can we do about it further? Let us analyze. You can't say whether it is right or wrong. Branding is not going to solve. Judging is not going to solve. It is there. It is reality. How can you work about it? If you are interested in expressing it, sharing it with other person, there is a way of life. Science, the training, the training for it. Then entertainment in it. Then enlightenment through it. If you are interested, no, I am not interested in living with other person, I am a guy who want to live aloof, I am that kind of person. Then again, there is a science for you, entraining. And there is a way to entertain yourself, with yourself, in the extraordinary joy of meditation. Then enlightening. For every need, we have a system. The Vedic tradition has a system. So see the actuality, then take up a system. The greatness of all the system evolved in the Vedic tradition is they are entraining, entertaining and enlightening. Understand? But the Vedic tradition is such a juicy tradition. It is entraining, entertaining and enlightening. Please understand, all our actions, our programs, our festivals, our temples, our ashrams, our communities, our centers, the whole Nityananda Sangha should radiate these three qualities in all its actions. Entraining, entertaining and enlightening. Because these three is the juice of Vedic tradition. Same way, how I answer the question related to sex, same way I can answer the question related to this. Is man equal or unequal? See, I am not interested in saying man is equal by birth or unequal by birth. No, I don't want to take a stand. See the actuality. As on now, in actuality, in reality, man is unequal. At least last 20,000 years. Before that, everybody was enlightened and intelligent. Please understand, last 20,000 years, human civilization has strived in wrong direction of creating a myth, creating a fairy tale of human beings are equal. No. Understand, look into the reality. Only if you have the patience to look into the reality presented to you, you will have the experience of the ultimate reality. Don't be agitated. As on now, in actuality, all men are not equal. Let us look into that. And how can we work with this actuality, with this reality? Then If you are interested in creating the equality system, we have a science, work in that. If you are interested in specializing people in a unique way, we have a system, work in that. If you are interested in making people unique and making them understand we are all equal because we are all unique, then we have a system. We are all equal because we are all unique. The equality happens by realizing the uniqueness is the ultimate equality. We have a system for that. Either you can make everybody equally fool, then equality is arrived. Or you can make everybody uniquely unique, then the uniqueness is retained. There's a third step. You can make everybody unique and intelligent so that they understand we are all equal because we are all unique. Because each one of us are unique, we are equal. The equality arrived by realizing the uniqueness of all of us is the ultimate social setup. This is what I call the spiritual communism, enlightening communism. I can give any name. Any thousands of names can be given. An enlightened civilization. Understanding we are all equal. We don't need to fight with each other because we are unique. So wait, have patience and acceptance to look into the reality presented to you and learn to open the layer by layer. Then Annamaya Kosha will open, give way to Pranamaya Kosha. Pranamaya will give way to Manomaya. Manomaya will give way to Vijnanamaya. Vijnanamaya will give way to Anandamaya. Please understand, we have a great misunderstanding. Even the so-called modern day Hindus who are not practicing Hindus, they have a tremendous disrespect, hatred, and they feel even guilty about their great science of Kama Shastra and their great temples like Gajraho. Please understand, those theories, the Kama Shastra, Kama Sutra, temples of Gajraho, they are not built on the understanding sex is right. No. It is not built on any theory. It is built on actual what is, that's all. They are not saying sex is right or wrong. Because I myself know Vatsyayana, the great scientist, still his theories are irrefutable. You can't dispute his theories. Still, his research and development, his revelations are not overruled. Nobody else is able to crash his revelations. Still, his revelations stand as true because nobody is able to add something more to it. That great scientist, Vatsyayana, he is a celibate. This book is not built on the theory, sex is wrong or right. It is built on actuality. Same way, the reincarnation theory is not built on the idea human beings are equal or unequal. No, it is built on actuality. What is? By nature, we are unequal. So now, if you want to create a social setup where equality should be there, then make every individual understand their uniqueness. When they understand their uniqueness, they know they are all equal because they are unique. I know, still in my native place, Arunachala. Amazing social setup. Last 2000 years, unbroken, harmonious civilization. The city, see, there are some 16 communities. Each one of them have a responsibility in the temple. All of them live in that city, keep that city alive, just to fulfill the commitment in the temple. All of them know they are unique. Because even if one community does not participate, the whole temple will collapse, tumble down. One community does puja, other community plucks flowers and makes garlands and ashes. There is another one community conducts the festivals. One community to push the chariot behind, one to pull the chariot in the front. One to hold the umbrella, one to hold the light. In those days, the torch, lit torch. One to light the lamp on the top of the hill, one to maintain the road of the hill. One to maintain the crowd control in front of the deity, one to take care of be the security for the deity and jewels. Clearly organized. There is naturally inequality in the lifestyle, but all of them know they are unique and their contribution is unique and each one is needed. Each one is needed. I tell you, 2000 years before I experimented this system, I am very happy. It is successful. It is standing still today. It is standing still today. Unbroken living civilization for 2000 years. It is not a joke. As the rule was created, who should pour water, where, till today it is done as it is. So I know the experiment I have done 2000 years before is successful. I am telling you with that clarity. This reincarnation theory is not built on just the idea of human beings are equal or unequal. It is built on actuality. What is the solution for this caste problem or any other social problems created by this reincarnation theory? The solution is making everybody understand they are unique. Because they are unique, because we are all unique, we are all equal. How much I am needed to conduct morning satsang, same equal way, the person who takes care of the camera is needed. The person who takes care of the relaying is needed. Person who takes care of this throne is needed. Please understand, if any one of them do strike, morning satsang cannot happen. You can't say, no, somebody else will come and do. Even that somebody else is that same person. Understand? Then in that case, somebody else can also conduct the satsang. Please understand. So everybody is unique and needed for the whole cycle to go on. This happens only when we understand our uniqueness. It is nothing but giving the deep, secure feeling and making every individual realize their uniqueness and making them experience the truth they are needed. They are needed. I know in Indian villages, the doctors, Siddha doctors, whether somebody falls sick in the family or not, he will be given his regular share of grains from whatever grows. So he knows even if people are not sick, he is needed. So he will not create diseases. He will not spread diseases. He is made to understand he is needed. Same way, every person is made to understand he is needed. Even if there is no war, warrior is needed. He is supported. So he will not unnecessarily create war with opposite neighbor. Understand these few truths. What is? Based on that, let us build what can be or what we want. So, we reach the reality. One more thing. Any ultimate society you visualize is reality for you. If you just work with the available reality, with acceptance and patience, you will create that ultimate reality. That's all is the essence. Reincarnation theory is neither standing on all men are equal nor standing on all men are unequal. It is standing on what is, so that what we want can be created, can be achieved. This carrying the wounds without accepting means agitated response to the reality presented to you. That is responsible for your wounds being carried to the next life and for all agitated social setups. For both, this is responsible. Means not accepting. I tell you, any personal pain happened in you, accept, look into it, accept. I am not saying just keep quiet. I am not saying keep quiet. I am saying accept and look in. Accept and look in. This is what is done. Now what can be done? What's the next step? Acceptance opens that layer. Any layer you accept, next layer opens. That layer gives way to you. Next layer opens. Accept, look in, whether it is a wound and pain happened in you physically or emotionally, or the wound or pain happened around you, socially or dharmically. Whatever it may be, look in. Accept and look in is the today's technique for opening up your past lives and heal the present. I have one more abstract from website healpastlives.com by Ellen Mogensen. She relates the past life with the disease of the body in the present life. She says, the most common birth defects are heart related. Those in their past lives who did not love themselves or others enough will contract heart defects at birth. I can accept what she is talking about. What she is talking about is true. And I can say that a strong intellectuals will have the problem with the liver also. Ellen Mogensen's research describes spine defects are second most common birth defects. Those in their past life who used their abundant energy to hurt or control others will contract spinal defects at birth. I can accept what she is talking. I vouch for it. What she is saying is true. He or she, I don't know. But whatever this person is saying is true. Parkinson's disease is a degenerative disorder of nervous system that impairs individual motor skills, speech, and also sleep, mood, etc. Ellen Meganson, who has done a huge research in this, says, idiopathic, unknown cause, idiopathic Parkinson's disease occurs due to our past life connections. Two reasons are mental supremacy. Parkinson's disease sufferers in past lives focused on their mental development to exclusion of their physical, emotional development. Right. It's true. That is why I wanted intense Hatha Yoga to be done, not just Vedanta training. I have seen the so-called Vedantis who have not physically developed themselves and who have not practiced devotion for emotional development suffer Parkinson's disease. Please understand, you need three. Hatha Yoga, Nirvani Akada, Vedanta Sampradaya, mental training, Agama, the temple celebration, the emotional development. It is time we understand this great truth. Just mental development without emotional development means the deities and temples will lead to Parkinson's. I have seen the people growing towards Parkinson's and having Parkinson's, if not Parkinson's, at least a deep depression, which is worse than a Parkinson's. Just nervous breakdown. Add only one thing. Start regular agamic worship, means more celebration, more festival. The worship based on festivities. Now it is time these great Hindu organizations realize you need tremendous celebrative lifestyle to stop 5% of your monastic members becoming Parkinson's disease patients and broken down nervous system. Their nervous system is broken down and 5% is too much to sacrifice. What to do? At least I want our Sangha to develop the entertainment aspect of entrainment and enlightenment. Keep it alive so that your emotional development also happens. So this research, this truth is an important truth we need to understand and realize. There should not be any program in Nityananda Sangha which is not entertaining. The entertainment aspect should be there equally as the enlightening and entraining aspect. That should be the basic law. Entraining, enlightening and entertaining. Entraining for body, enlightening for mind, entraining, entertaining for emotion. There are some examples. Some higher level yoginis ignore their body's suffering blowing out hips, knees and ankles in pursuit of spiritual enlightenment, mission over body caused by mental supremacy in past lives create this disease now. It's right. Yes, they are quoting the examples of some yoginis. I quoted the example of some swamis. The whole Indian Vedanta suffers with this one problem of not having festive, celebrative lifestyle and not having intense physical activity-based Hatha Yoga. Intense physical activity, at least morning 2 hours, and extraordinary, emotionally fulfilling, festive, joyful, spiritual nightlife, at least 1 hour. These two should be a compulsory. Your mental development, I am taking care, because every day I am sitting and talking. The morning session, 5 to 8, should be body-based. Then 8 to 10, the mind-based. Again night, at least 10 to 11, emotion-based. Yeah? At least 1 hour, where you meet, talk, share. Naturally, each one of you will have a group of friends. You see, one will not be completely friendly with everybody. You will feel more click or connected with somebody. That is the time you spend time around them and seeing your friends. Many times your friend may not be in your department. And naturally, anybody who is in your department will not be your friend. So this is the time you find your friend or you make your friend. Some emotional, entertaining based on enlightening. Nightlife. I tell you, any community which does not have these three will have Parkinson's disease. That is the production center for Parkinson's disease. These three should be a compulsory part in life. Morning 2 hours of intense Hatha Yoga. Intense Hatha Yoga means doing all extreme things. We are yogis. We should be able to do extreme physical achievements. And at least 1 hour, great truths for mental development. That after all I am doing. Every day it is happening. This becomes compulsory. Because I am directly involved in it, all of you are here. Then at least 1 hour in the night time, a nightlife where you all meet, talk, chat, or sing, or dance. Celebrate. Celebrate that you exist. Celebrate there is a beautiful community exists. Celebrate you have a great master existing around you. There are so many things to celebrate. Not only in our community, I am telling all our devotees' house also, this should be a routine. Morning, wake up before sunrise and spend time in building the body. Then spend time in listening to the morning satsang so that the mind can be developed. And night, before going to bed, at least the family should gather, having dinner together or chatting together, some way, entertaining. So all our people should have the entertaining nightlife. Entertaining means involving with, meeting, relating with people. Emotional suppression, the bottled up emotional suppression in past life, etc. Bureaucrats suppressing the revulsion over brutal acts of torture required by government, creates mood symptoms of Parkinson's disease now. So understand, it's time we accept and look into the reality and reach the ultimate reality, not carrying the wound or doing agitated acts. Let you all achieve and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve, live, experience, express, radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambaam Shankaracharya-madhyamam Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for the morning satsang is Bhakti, the song of God. Breeze is the song of air, wave is song of the ocean, flower is song of the plant, fruit is song of the tree, creativity is song of the man, bhakti is song of God himself. The best things each one can present to the cosmos. Best thing air can present to the cosmos is a breeze. Best thing a plant can present to the world is a flower. Best thing a tree can present to the world is a fruit. Best thing ocean can present to us is waves. best thing human beings can give it to the cosmos is creativity. Best thing God can give it to the world is bhakti. Understand? And I wanted to very clearly make you understand, best thing God can give it to the world is not enlightenment. It is bhakti. Because with enlightenment idea, there is something like ending. With bhakti, it is continuous flowing. Bhakti is beyond enlightenment. With bhakti, anything you have or not does not matter. Without bhakti, anything you have or not does not matter. Both ways, anything you have or not does not matter. I wanted to define, make you understand exactly what I mean by the word bhakti. Yesterday I was watching one of the YouTube video, very powerful video. I really enjoyed, so I wanted that to be shown not only to all the ashramites, even to all the BSP participants. Today it will be shown to you. In the morning session itself I will tell them to show. It's about how all you think as reality is illusion. Very clearly, scientifically they are proving what Ashtavakra was talking. Ashtavakra is a great saint, a Vedanti, Suddhadvaiti, much more pure than Krishna and Shankara. Krishna had a line of politician in him, after all, is a king. Shankara had a line of Brahminism in him, after all, is a born and brought up as an orthodox Brahmin. Just like, still I have line of Arunachala in me. Whether it is good or bad, that streak is there. Nothing can be done about it. But Ashtavakra, no streaks, no line, no theories, a straight practical, extraordinary expression. Very beautifully describes how whatever you experience as reality is illusion. He goes on describing from his experience. Now the scientists have proved it very clearly how whatever you call as reality you experience only in the parietal lobe of your brain. How the informations get in and how you experience the reality in the parietal lobe, and very beautifully they showed, very scientifically, with a lot of research and clear definitions, if your brain is removed, kept alive, brain can be kept alive even if your body is removed. How many bodies are kept alive even if the brain is removed? Brain can be kept alive even if it is removed from the body. If it is removed from the body and kept in a box, alive, and feed all the information you are getting now through the computer. For example, now what all the informations you are receiving? You are seeing Swamiji is sitting, and morning satsang is happening. You all just now finished Guru Puja, in the ecstasy, just sitting in the silence, listening to the words pouring out of Master. This is the information you are receiving, this is the experience you are going through. If the same video record is fed to your brain through a computer, which is possible, and your brain will be experiencing this, that's all. Your brain will be exactly going through the same experience. Nothing more than a computer and feeder is required. Just the scene and the sound, if it is fed to your brain will exactly experience the whole thing as it is. If there are one or two components missing, for example, if that smell idea, if we can't project it to your brain, but all other things are fed in your brain, the missing components the brain creates. That's another one funny thing. For example, here 10 informations are fed into your system, like the beautiful incense smell, and the voice from me, and little noise from the fan, and the scene. So if 10 informations are getting into your brain to create this experience, even if one is missing, 9 informations are fed into your brain through the computer. You will be surprised. Your brain will be going through the same experience. Then, how do you call this is something real and there is something called illusion? No. They go on producing so many other researches. The research is done on dream state, research is done on waking state, research is done on deep sleep state. Very clearly, scientifically, they are proving how whatever you experience, including the idea of your body, you experience only in the parietal lobe. Understanding that whatever you call as reality is experienced in parietal lobe as illusion, and ability to feel something beyond this illusion, and ability to merge, relax into something beyond this illusion is bhakti. I am defining bhakti, understand? Bhakti is where you see whatever is seen and experienced, including your body, as illusion, and ability to see beyond this illusion, resting into something which is beyond this illusion, is bhakti. Means how many times you remember and you know that you are going to die, whatever you are creating is going to be left behind. How many times you know it, but there is something inside you gives you a strong courage, guts feeling, no, I am going to exist. I am going to be there. I am eternal. There is something in all of us which is responsible for making us forget about our death about our impermanence, about our non-existence. That streak, that line, that part which is in you, that part which reflects in you, becomes alive, becomes more in you when you start understanding this, whatever you call as reality is illusion. Please understand, if you think this is reality, that part which gives you the courage that you are going to be, your reality, looks like illusion. If you empower that more, this will look like illusion. In the books describing meditation techniques, especially the techniques for Advaitic experience, Vedantic experience, they have a technique. Feel like from the backside of your head, there is like whole thing, there is a huge screen. Means whatever you are seeing is, this is the way you are seeing. From the behind, this, which you are seeing, there is a huge screen. Whatever you are seeing, the whole world is a movie going on in that screen. If you have seen the IMAX theater, you can visualize what I am saying. In the IMAX theater, except your backside, the whole thing is covered. Just visualize you are sitting in an IMAX theater. From backside of your head, there is a huge IMAX screen. And whatever you are seeing, experiencing is running in that IMAX screen. In the Vedantic tradition, there is a technique to visualize like that and constantly witness. And they say 3 days of witnessing like this will completely heal your liver. Liver is the place where your strongest engrams stay, intellectual engrams. You can say duplicate intellectual, pseudo-intellectual engrams. I used to wonder, why such a description? From the backside of the head, huge screen, and the whole thing is just happening in that screen. And the funny thing is, this example is described in scriptures when there was no movie on the screen. I am really wondering how they would have visualized. Of course, in those days there was another one kind of a play. In the white cloth, they will make shadows, and with that shadows they will play dramas and show. Maybe because of that visualization, they are able to give this example. With hands, they will create shadows and show as if deer running and a hunter running. It's an art. In those olden days, there was a art. This was a nightlife. Vedic tradition is one of the tradition which had a very rich nightlife. I am studying just some of the researchers, how missing Vedic style nightlife was responsible for the destruction of our whole civilization. How the Western civilizations took over. First, if you want to penetrate into any civilization, first penetrate as nightlife. That is the best way. That is the easiest vulnerable way. Human beings are vulnerable in night and their activities in the nightlife. Their actions in the nightlife. What they do for fun. what they feel as fun, what we felt as fun, what we felt as joy, what we used to do for fun was the first goal of intellectual war, civilizational war done on Vedic tradition. That is the most vulnerable part. If somehow that part can be destroyed, take away the Bharatanatyam, take away the traditional music, take away the traditional joys, take away all the traditional drinks, infuse your civilization's drinks, your civilization's dance, their civilization's dressing, their civilization's ideas about enjoyment, their civilization's idea about sex. When all those things are infused, suddenly people find Vedic tradition is useless. Anything useless is useless. This is the way I can say one of the biggest attack happened on Vedic tradition. If you look back, we had a very rich nightlife, very juicy nightlife. Even the nightlife was centered on enlightenment, the thread of enlightenment. It was always, early morning was entrainment, whole day was enlightenment, and night was entertainment. That was the way our civilization was built, but everything is on N. The N was the eternal component. Eternal need, eternal necessity. Unfortunately, the Vedic nightlife got lost. Communication happens only with the nightlife. Dialogue happens only in the nightlife. Whatever you do in the daytime is monologue and business. There will never be a dialogue. A community will never be built when there is no nightlife. See the whole society, wherever the group of communities exists, there is something nightlife. That creates small team, group, friends. Vedic tradition had a very rich nightlife. This visualization has come from the Vedic nightlife. The visualization of huge screen from your back, and the whole thing is just projected in that. If you practice this technique, it will straight away lead to Vedantic experience, because it's a reality. And understanding beyond the screen, beyond these illusions, there is something which you may not be able to grasp by the mind which you are having now, which is more grass. There are some things which you can't understand with this mind. All the mind which you guys are carrying, all of you are carrying a kind of a middle class mind. How you can't understand some of the great sacred sentiments, same way you can't understand some of the worst sentiments also. The other day I was reading an article. Some of the attenders in the mortuary of the government hospitals, in the night time, they drink so much, they will go and have sex with the dead bodies. No, the moment I say, you can't grasp this, how can this be possible? No, you can't grasp. When I read that article, even I was shaken. See, just I wanted to tell you this sentiment, because your mind is a middle class mind. It cannot understand some of the lowest sentiments and highest sentiments. I wanted to tell you this information just to make you understand there are some things which you can't grasp. God, how can? How is it? Just like how you are unable to grab Manikavasagar, unable to click with Meera, unable to align yourself with Andal, how you are unable to meet Meera and align with Andal. You can't grab this idea. It is too low for you. See, there are some sentiments you can't grab if it is too low for you or too high for you. So you need to understand, just because you can't grab that sentiment, don't think that does not exist. We are not able to grab, but it is. Same way, there are sacred sentiments. We are not able to grab, but it is. Same way, there is a reality beyond this illusion. We may not be able to grasp now, but it is. It exists. The person who is able to feel it is and able to rest in that truth, the ability to rest in the truth is bhakti. The trust that it exists is vidarka. Bhakti is song of the God. If you have it, understand, the greatest thing God can contribute to the cosmos is given to you. You have the ultimate gift in your life. Don't bother towards whom you have. Don't bother. If you have bhakti towards just a small stone, that's enough. Towards whom you have does not matter at all. If it is towards a man or a woman or a stone, anything is okay. God or Guru, anything is okay. Or just symbol of Guru, anything is okay. I saw one of the religious leader, very sincere person. He used to carry a small murti of his Guru or whom he feels as God. Always he will have that deity and worship continuously. Once in the travel, just that box in which he kept the murti fell. I could see his whole body perturbed, shaken. He is just falling, doing 12 namaskars to the deity and asking for apology. It is not seen, he just feeling. I thought, oh God. He is not an uneducated man or anything. He is an highly intellectual, and I can say the Forbes magazine has said he is one of the 100 most influential people in the world. I am talking about Pramukh Swami Maharaj, head of the Swaminarayan Sampradaya. I could see his whole body. radiating that sacred sentiment. The deity is God. Thought, oh God, what a scene to be seen. Such an extraordinary sacred sentiment in human body. Very difficult to grasp. For any normal man, okay, when you do puja, visualize it is God. And after you finish the puja, pack it and put it and forget about it, do next work. And next day again when you open up, oh Guru Patuka. In Tamil we have a proverb, only when you see the husband you will find out whether the Mangalya is there or not. So understand, with anything, if you feel beyond the screen, there is a reality, an ability to relax into it, you have bhakti. And the ultimate song God can sing is singing in your life. As I said, breeze is the song of the air. Flower is the song of the plant. Fruit is the song of the tree. Wave is the song of the ocean. Light is the song of the sun. Life is song of the consciousness. Creativity is song of the man. Bhakti is song of the God. Bhakti is song of the God. Let you all live that song, not just listening, live that song. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Today's morning message, reincarnation, a science or superstition? As I said, these few days I'll work on the second layer. Past means past lives. All the bodies you assumed and the memories you created, its effect on this body and life, and how to go beyond that effect. I have some of the Shastra Pramanas, some scientists and researchers, their words, then I'll comment on them. Dr. Ian Stevenson, a renowned psychiatrist, he says, personality traits, personal preferences and habits often persist from one incarnation to the other. As I said, any scientist who does honest research, Shraddha Vivecha, possessed by the Shraddha, sincerely, has to land on the truth. There is a very interesting article. It is not like a science and science, I can say, but it's a very interesting, which I really trust. So I brought the essence of that. It's an article from a website called Heal the Past Lives. They have done a very beautiful research. I can vouch for the truth reported in this article from my own experience. They worked on a patient who has a compulsive habit of finger biting in his life. They traced back through the past 5 past lives. In each past life, the habit had a specific purpose and meaning. See, you cannot build a story so consistently unless the truth is there. Of course, if you are interested in framing somebody, you can build a story without any logic. I am presenting the karmic thread layer by layer. In one life, the patient was a Holocaust child during the Second World War. The girl lost her parents. She was taken to a concentration camp. She bit her fingers to keep herself calm. It's like when the person is taken to that level of trust and confidence to open up, he opens up layer by layer. Karmic thread 2. He was a minister and he was uncomfortable with public speaking. He would bite his finger just before going on stage to remind himself that he is a mere flesh and he was speaking on behalf of God. See, that guy, when he is put into the trance state of remembering the past, he repeats, the patient repeats. Even patient cannot build up a story unless there is a vision or the scene crossing his mind. The third karmic thread is, he was a biblical scholar, he was a monk, and his job was to translate the Bible into Latin. When he needed inspiration, he would bite his finger and proper words would come to him. That's the third layer. Fourth layer, she was a Chinese empress. As an empress with long fingernails, the number of times she chewed her fingernails would tell the people around in that mood she is in. When she chewed 4 fingernails, people were terrified that it meant someone was going to die in the Chinese belief. The fifth karmic thread, Please understand this whole thing, because I am going to open up an important subject based on this research. Of course, I am going to express my own experience, but this research will help you to understand my experience. Egyptian healer, he was the karmic thread 5, he was an Egyptian healer once. He had an unusual means of reading imbalances in others. He would take their fingers and bite them gently. This would give the healer instant access to full range of their medical problems. This tradition is available even in our Siddha tradition. They will take the hand and see the saram. Saram means the nose through which he is breathing, with the depth through which the air is going in and coming out. In Tamil we have a proverb, Sarambarpan Parambarpan, means who knows the science of prana, the amount of prana going in through the air, the amount of prana coming out through the air, who can understand what is happening in others' body and his body through the prana. He can see the whole cosmos. So, the same way in Egypt there is a tradition, by biting the fingernail, taste, strength, based on that they will diagnose the disease and imbalances. In Indian tradition also we have many of these kind of extraordinary methods, the diagnostic methods. I have seen Raghuji will just pluck one hair and see the color, depth and all that and tell the imbalance. And Upamal will just, she will hold the hand, the weight of the hand, she will tell the imbalance. So, as an Egyptian healer, he used to bite the fingernail so that he will have access to full range of their medical problems. Understand, this research proves how the habits, understandings, preferences are rooted in many past lives. I can tell you. Your body is the ultimate matter which can happen in the frequency of planet Earth. Please understand, if you have a human body, feel pride about it. You have the ultimate machinery, ultimate matter, which is possible to happen in the planet's frequency as happened to you. Even if it is filled with all possible diseases, don't worry, celebrate its existence. Celebrate its existence. Understand? All the memories, experiences, possibilities of all the bodies put together happens in the human body. Almost you go through all kinds of body. See, for example, at least one body in the reptiles, maybe lizard or snake or crocodile, but one body in that family. Then at least another one body in that dog, cat, that family. And another one body at least in the next level family. Please understand, if you take the body of lizard, you may not have taken the body of snake. If you have taken the body of snake, you may not have taken the body of crocodile. But in that family, at least one body will take. That is the way the expression happens. Because I am starting with an example of fish. Because in Vedic tradition we believe from the fish only, the body of the fish is the lowest body which can hold engrams and transfer it to the next body. Till fish, you cannot hold engram and transfer it. You can have engrams, but it's not like a specific. If you are very interested in particular food in the fish body, you can have that memory and consciously decide to transfer that to the next body we take. That mass, the basic mass happens only in fish body. That is why we call the first incarnation as Matsya in the Vedic tradition. See, anything you see, even casually, you may not note it down, but even if you have seen it, it gets recorded. So that whole thing, after the fish leaves its body, the whole record will be available in front of him. All the cards will be available in front of his table. He will pick up, oh God, what is the best card I have seen? He will pick up the best card and try to plan creating that body through all the engrams and memories and intelligence he has collected in that body. For example, he sees, oh, I have seen a human being, that is the best thing to be. I want to take that birth. He collects all his intelligence, engram, whatever he gathers the fish body and sees. But he finds no, to make human body, this much engram is not enough. So what best I can do? I can at the most become a tortoise. So with all that he creates a tortoise body. After being a tortoise, he collects some more experience, memory, engrams and everything. Please understand, all past life memories are not bad. That's the important thing you need to understand. Only which hurts need to be removed. Which, if it is awakened, there are many past life memories, if it is awakened and reminded, you will have extraordinary powers in this body. Those should be encouraged. That's why when I say healing the past life means not destroying all. Not destroying all. Many can be awakened. When you remove the negative things, positive things can be awakened. So, you need to understand this basic truth. It's an extraordinary truth, a very powerful truth. How the bodies are built. This is the way. So the fish becomes tortoise. Then after being tortoise and running around, this guy thinks, oh, come on, this time when I leave the body, I will take a human body. But again he sees accounts is very less, the balance is very less. He may not be able to create and sustain the human body. He doesn't have the intelligence for building that infrastructure. He doesn't know still how to have a human brain. He can have the intelligence of human liver, but not the human brain. Of course, sometimes without that, people take human body, that's different. He may have the intelligence to create a human heart, but not the brain. So he's struggling with the intelligence to build the infrastructure. Then he thinks, all right, let me have a big body, a little better. He takes the big body, Varaha. Then he slowly grows to half man, half animal, Narasimha Avatar. Then he slowly grows to man, but a short, pygmy guy, Vamana Avatar. Short guy, very primitive man. So this is the way, step by step, you grow. One important thing you need to know, all memories, when I say all, capital letter A-L-L, all possibility, all memory, all experiences are available in your body. If a fish can swim, you can swim. If a bird can fly, you can fly. Please understand. Because many times you have lived the life of bird. You may think, then why I am not able to fly? You just took the preference of some other memory more strongly and dumped this bird memory, this flying memory too deep. You just need to awaken it, that's all. Nothing else but awakening it. If the awakening can happen, sure, simply human beings can learn flying. Understand? Levitation is not something unique for some few people. It's birthright for everybody. Please understand, the ability to levitate, the ability to fly is birthright for all human beings. It creates a lot of controversies. Oh, how can that be? What is he talking? One more fantasy. I am not interested in feeding fantasies to you. I am giving you the vision. It's possible. It is possible. Just because you took the choice of some other things, you forgot this engrama, flying, this samskara, flying. But I am telling you, all possibility is there in your body. Anyhow, now I am not interested in making you all fly unnecessarily. Enough of aircrafts are there now. We don't need to waste our time in that. But we can understand this science and awaken many abilities and possibilities which exist in our system. That can be done. There are many abilities, many possibilities by balancing our prana, samana, udana, vyana, apana. Extraordinary health, the extraordinary mental capability, extraordinary emotional strength, an extraordinary conscious understanding, an extraordinary joy radiating through consciousness. All these things are possible through understanding the science of past lives. How the layer by layer memories are built and how they directly work in your present body. Understanding this, you will be able to reveal, heal, recall, rejuvenate many engrams. Whatever is not needed, heal it. Whatever is needed, rejuvenate it. This process is possible. This awakening is possible. So, this process, this awakening, I can tell you the first step for awakening the memories which may help you. The first step is being aware during all your movements. When you are moving in anger, when you are moving in lust, when you are moving in joy, when you are moving in romance, when you are moving in a light mood, when you are moving in laziness, when you are moving in any movement, any emotion, any feeling, bring awareness to it. If you are moving out of boredom, bring awareness to it. If you are moving out of devotion, bring awareness to it. Bring awareness to your body. Bring awareness to what you are doing. Bring awareness to your mind, what you are doing. Please understand. This bringing awareness is what I call Zen living. Because this is the technique. Will awaken many of the extraordinary powers you have in your body, in your system. See, you have a very strong memory of good health, even though you may not have that now. All of you have a very strong memory of good health. Healthy liver, healthy intestine, healthy brain, healthy eyes. You have that memory. Bring awareness, it will be awakened. Any engram which is stopping you remembering the good health will be healed, will be destroyed. And the remembrance of health happens just like that to you. Just like that to you. I'm really emphasizing this technique of bringing awareness to your actions. Slow down. Slow down whatever you are doing. Only in the beginning you may need to slow down to infuse awareness. After, you may not need to slow down. But in the beginning, you have to slow down. When you talk, walk, sit, standing, From this moment, bring awareness in your walking, talking, sitting, standing. The human mind is so unfortunate, unconscious. This is your life. Even then, the bringing awareness is again and again and again forgotten. This is a very powerful technique where the inside muscle movement should be filled with your awareness. Again, today morning I saw, when I was trying to move my body, beautifully that Sara means the movement of the Idagala Pingala happening. And I could see very clearly how that Sara awakens the senses, makes it so alive. I just had a little sesame seed morning. When that Sara awakens, little sesame seed and jaggery, if you eat, all the senses will be kept alive for the whole day. So just little jaggery, village jaggery, that they make out of sugar cane, that jaggery and little sesame seed I ate. Still, not just my throat, my intestine is having the sweetness. I can see into the whole system. I don't know, you guys can have taste only till the throat. But somehow in my system, till it completely gets digested and becomes unnecessary part, I can feel the taste of it. Still I can feel the taste of the sweetness in the stomach. People who are working out, even if you are doing some weightlifting or yoga or any strong movement in the body in the morning, after you finish completely, you can have little jaggery and sesame seed. It will really help you. Just little jaggery and sesame seed. Put it in the mouth and go on chewing for the next 10 minutes, very casually. You will understand how the whole system is functioning. It will really be helpful. It can keep the awareness and the body very light, alive and sweet. Bring awareness to all your movements. You will awaken the right memories related to past life, the extraordinary powers you learned in the past life, and the wrong engrams